Welcome back, seekers of knowledge and rest, to our quiet corner by the fireplace. The flames dance low and steady tonight, casting their warm glow across our shared space as we continue our journey through the lore of Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered. In our previous gatherings, we witnessed the fall of an empire, explored the infinite realms beyond our world, examined the guilds and factions that provided structure to imperial society, and wandered the diverse landscapes of Cyrodiil. Tonight, we turn our attention to the creatures that inhabit these lands, from the mundane to the magical, from the benign to the terrifying. The province of Cyrodiil teems with life in its myriad forms: deer bounding through forest clearings at dawn, slaughterfish cutting through lake waters with predatory grace, trolls lumbering through mountain caves in search of prey, and beings of pure magic drifting through ancient ruins where the veil between worlds grows thin. These creatures, in all their diversity, form the living tapestry that brings the landscape to life, each species playing its role in the complex ecological and sometimes metaphysical balance of the realm. Some of these beings represent simple forces of nature, predator and prey, enacting ancient dance of survival that predates human civilization by countless millennia. Others embody more complex realities, Daedric entities whose very existence challenges conventional understanding of life itself, or magical beings whose nature blurs boundaries between physical and spiritual realms. Together, they create a world of wonder and danger beyond the walls of imperial cities and the boundaries of cultivated fields. As the crackling flames mark the passage of time, allow your mind to wander the wilds of Cyrodiil, from the depths of mysterious lakes to the heights of windswept mountains, from sunlit meadows to shadowed caves, where creatures unseen by most mortal eyes make their domains. Each has its story, its place in the greater tapestry, its essential nature that contributes to the remarkable biodiversity of this ancient land. Our journey begins with the most familiar inhabitants of Cyrodiil, the mundane yet essential wildlife that has evolved alongside human settlement for centuries, creating ecological relationships that sustain both the natural world and the civilizations that have grown within it. Chapter 1: Common Wildlife. Throughout the diverse landscapes of Cyrodiil, from the dense forests of the West Weald to the rolling plains of the Heartlands, the mundane wildlife forms the essential ecological foundation upon which all other life depends. Though lacking the spectacle of the more exotic creatures that roam the province, these common animals collectively shape the environment through their daily existence, maintaining the delicate balance of nature that has persisted since time immemorial. The white-tailed deer represents perhaps the most ubiquitous large mammal in Cyrodiil. Their graceful forms, a common sight from the Gold Coast to the Nibene Valley, these adaptable creatures thrive in the province's varied ecosystems, particularly favoring the edge territories where forests meet open meadows. Males grow impressive antler racks that they shed and regrow annually, with the largest specimens sporting crowns of up to 8 points or more. During autumn's rutting season, the forests echo with their distinctive calls as bucks compete for mating rights, their normally cautious nature giving way to bold displays and occasional fierce confrontations. The imperial foresters have long observed that deer populations serve as crucial indicators of overall ecosystem health. Their browsing habits shape woodland undergrowth, preventing certain fast-growing species from dominating, while creating space for slower-growing plants to establish. This natural pruning maintains biodiversity throughout Cyrodiil's forests, creating the varied plant communities that support countless other species. The deer themselves provide essential sustenance for the province's predators, from wolves to mountain lions, completing vital energy cycles within the natural order. Sharing the forests and fields with deer are the smaller yet equally important rabbits, their remarkable reproductive capacity converting vegetation into protein with extraordinary efficiency. These modest creatures can be found in virtually every region of Cyrodiil, their adaptability allowing them to thrive in environments from coastal scrubland to mountain meadows. Their presence supports numerous predatory species, including foxes, hawks, and even the occasional wolf or bear when larger prey proves scarce. The rabbits of the Gold Coast develop slightly larger forms with reddish-brown coats, while their cousins in the eastern highlands tend toward grayer coloration with denser fur to withstand the colder climate. In the northern reaches of the province, particularly within the Jural Mountains, the remarkable snowshoe hare demonstrates nature's ingenuity through seasonal coat changes, their summer brown giving way to winter white as the days shorten, providing crucial camouflage against both predators and prey as the landscape transforms with the seasons. The fox, with its reputation for cunning well earned through generations of adaptation, represents Cyrodiil's most widespread and versatile small predator. These intelligent canids have established territories from the immediate outskirts of the imperial city to the most remote wilderness areas. The red fox predominates throughout most of the province, their distinctive russet coats and black stockinged legs making them instantly recognizable to travelers fortunate enough to spot one before it vanishes into underbrush. In the higher elevations, particularly throughout the Gerol and Vallis mountain ranges, the larger silver fox becomes more common. These impressive specimens develop thicker coats with distinctive silver-tipped guard hairs that provide both enhanced insulation against the cold and effective camouflage among the rocky terrain of their mountain habitats. Both varieties demonstrate remarkable problem-solving capabilities, with imperial naturalists documenting complex hunting strategies that go well beyond simple pursuit to include ambush techniques and even collaborative efforts when targeting larger prey. The skies above Cyrodiil teem with avian life, from tiny songbirds to impressive raptors whose wingspans can exceed 6 feet in mature specimens. The majestic imperial eagle, its image emblazoned on banners and coinage throughout the empire, makes its home primarily in the mountainous regions, where rocky cliffs provide ideal nesting sites secure from most predators. These powerful birds can spot movement from tremendous heights, their keen vision allowing them to identify potential prey from distances that would render such targets invisible to human eyes. More common throughout the province are the various hawk species, particularly the red-tailed hawk, whose distinctive cry has become synonymous with wilderness in the Cyrodiilic imagination. These adaptable raptors establish territories throughout varied landscapes, from open plains to light woodlands, where they hunt primarily for small mammals and occasionally other birds. Their hunting strategy typically involves extended periods soaring on thermal currents while scanning for movement below, followed by remarkably precise diving attacks that few prey animals survive. The forests and fields resound with songs of countless smaller birds whose ecological contributions often exceed their modest size. The ruby-throated warbler, a tiny insectivore weighing less than an ounce, consumes thousands of mosquitoes and other small insects daily, providing natural control against pests that would otherwise multiply unchecked. The melodious blackbird, with its distinctive yellow bill and jet-black plumage, contributes to forest health by dispersing seeds throughout its territory, effectively planting future generations of trees through its daily activities. The wetlands surrounding Lake Rumar and stretching along the Nibin River support remarkable populations of waterfowl, their seasonal migrations creating spectacular displays as thousands of birds arrive or depart with changing seasons. The Rumar swan represents perhaps the most impressive of these water birds, with mature specimens standing 4 feet tall and displaying wingspans approaching 8 feet when fully extended. Despite their serene appearance, territorial males become formidable defenders during breeding season, capable of delivering blows strong enough to break bones should their nesting areas face disturbance. Beneath the surface of Cyrodiil's numerous waterways swim diverse fish species adapted to every aquatic environment, from swift mountain streams to the deep waters of Lake Rumari. The silver-sided Rumari perch represents a staple food source for the imperial city's population, their prolific reproduction maintaining sustainable harvest levels despite centuries of consistent fishing pressure. These adaptable fish primarily consume small invertebrates and algae, converting these less accessible food sources into protein more readily utilized by both human and non-human predators throughout the lake system. The Nibin salmon demonstrates one of nature's most remarkable life cycles, born in the headwater streams of the eastern Nibene watershed before migrating downriver to Topple Bay, where they mature in saltwater conditions. Upon reaching reproductive age, they navigate with extraordinary precision back to their natal streams, often the exact gravel beds where they hatched, to reproduce before dying, their decomposing bodies providing crucial nutrient inputs to otherwise nutrient-poor headwater systems. The smallest yet perhaps most ecologically significant creatures inhabiting Cyrodiil often escape casual observation entirely. The humble honeybee, originally native to the western provinces, but now cultivated throughout Cyrodiil, pollinates hundreds of plant species, including many staple crops, whose production would be impossible without these tireless workers. A single healthy hive may contain 50,000 individuals collectively visiting millions of flowers daily during peak season, their activities quite literally enabling the agricultural abundance upon which imperial civilization depends. Similarly vital, yet overlooked, the various earthworm species that inhabit Cyrodiil's soils continuously process organic material and aerate the ground, creating the fertile tilth that supports the province's renowned agricultural productivity. Their constant tunneling allows water and oxygen to penetrate deeper into the soil profile, while their digestive processes transform plant matter into forms more readily available to growing crops. Imperial agricultural experts estimate that a single healthy acre may contain several million of these industrious creatures, their combined activity moving tons of soil annually without ever being seen by human eyes. The relationship between these mundane creatures and human civilization has evolved considerably throughout Cyrodiil's long history. Early settlers viewed wildlife primarily through the lens of immediate utility, animals categorized simply as food, threat, or irrelevant to human concerns. This utilitarian perspective gradually expanded through both practical experience and philosophical development into a more nuanced understanding that recognizes the interdependence between human communities and natural systems. During the Oblivion crisis, common wildlife suffered impacts extending far beyond direct Daedric predation. Behavioral disruptions caused by Oblivion gates often drove animals from traditional territories into unfamiliar environments, where survival proved challenging. Daedric corruption rendered certain areas temporarily uninhabitable, eliminating food sources for herbivores and consequently for predators dependent upon them. Human displacement created unusual hunting pressures in regions previously experiencing minimal harvest as refugees sought food through whatever means available. The post-crisis recovery proceeded unevenly across different species and regions. Creatures with high reproductive rates and adaptable habits, rabbits, foxes, most bird species, rebounded relatively quickly once immediate Daedric threats subsided. Larger, slower reproducing species required considerably longer to re-establish viable populations, with some still showing lingering impacts years after the crisis concluded. This differential recovery created temporarily simplified ecosystems that have gradually returned toward pre-crisis complexity through natural succession processes assisted by imperial conservation efforts. For travelers exploring Cyrodiil today, encounters with common wildlife create essential connection to the land's fundamental character. The moment when deer pause mid-browse to assess potential threat before bounding gracefully into forest cover. The dawn chorus of songbirds announcing days beginning with complex melodies echoing through misty valleys. The flash of silver as fish break the water's surface to capture insects during evening hatches along river courses. These experiences, available to anyone willing to move quietly and observe patiently, create immediate sensory connection to natural patterns that both predate and will outlast human civilization. As we turn our attention toward more formidable creatures in subsequent chapters, remember that these common animals, the deer and rabbits, foxes and songbirds, fish and insects that most travelers encounter regularly, collectively maintain the ecological foundation upon which all other life depends. Their seemingly simple existence, multiplied across countless individuals performing essential functions within complex natural systems, creates the living tapestry that supports both the mundane and the magical throughout the province. In their ordinary yet remarkable lives, we glimpse fundamental truths about interconnection and balance that apply equally to humble forest creatures and the most exotic beings we will explore in chapters to come. Chapter 2: Dangerous Predators. Beyond the common wildlife that forms the ecological foundation of Cyrodiil's natural systems, exist more formidable creatures, the apex predators, whose power and hunting prowess place them at the pinnacle of their respective food chains. These magnificent yet often feared animals shape entire ecosystems through their presence, influencing not just their direct prey species, but creating cascading effects that transform plant communities, alter waterway characteristics, and establish boundaries that even humans must respect, despite our technological advantages. Most legendary among these dominant hunters is the mountain lion, sometimes called cougar or puma in regional dialects, whose extraordinary strength, stealth, and intelligence make it perhaps the most perfectly evolved predator in central Tamriel. The Cyrodiilic mountain lion represents one of the largest subspecies on the continent, with exceptional males occasionally exceeding 200 pounds and measuring 9 feet from nose to tail tip. These solitary hunters establish extensive territories marked through scent deposits and strategic scratch marks on trees, with individual ranges sometimes exceeding 100 square miles in less productive regions. Unlike pack hunters relying on group coordination, mountain lions embody the perfection of solitary ambush predation. Their distinctive tawny coats provide remarkable camouflage across diverse environments, from grassy plains to dense woodland, while specialized anatomy allows silent movement impossible for virtually any other creature of comparable size. Their extraordinary patience represents equally important hunting characteristic individual lions, sometimes observing potential prey for hours before striking, or establishing ambush positions near game trails where they remain motionless for extended periods, awaiting perfect opportunity. The final element in their predatory perfection comes through instantaneous transition from absolute stillness to explosive acceleration. A mountain lion can reach impressive speed within 3 bounds from standing start, generating sufficient momentum to bring down prey several times its own weight through a single coordinated attack. This combination of characteristics makes mountain lions arguably the most efficient predators within Cyrodiil, with successful hunt rates far exceeding those of wolves or bears, despite their considerable capabilities. Regional variations exist within the species, with the west-wheeled mountain lions representing the largest and most powerful variety. These magnificent predators often exceed 220 pounds when mature, significantly larger than their counterparts in other regions. The great forest populations tend towards slightly smaller size, but demonstrate extraordinary tree climbing capabilities, even by mountain lion standards, sometimes establishing resting places or ambush positions 20 feet above ground. The Vallis mountain subspecies develops thicker coats with slightly darker coloration, providing better camouflage in the more rugged shadow terrain typical of eastern Cyrodiil. Human interactions with mountain lions generally remain rare despite their presence throughout most wilderness areas, as these intelligent predators typically avoid direct contact with humans when possible. Their primary impact on human activities comes through occasional predation on livestock, though such incidents occur significantly less frequently than popular perception suggests. Experienced shepherds and ranchers throughout Cyrodiil develop preventative measures ranging from guard dogs to strategic grazing patterns that minimize conflicts, recognizing that mountain lions primarily target deer and similar wild prey when available, rather than risking confrontation with humans. Bears represent another category of apex predator, whose size, strength, and occasional aggression establish them as creatures commanding deep respect throughout Cyrodiil's wilderness areas. Unlike the purely carnivorous mountain lions, bears maintain omnivorous diets that shift seasonally between plant materials, insect colonies, fish, and occasional mammalian prey. Adaptability that allows them to thrive across diverse habitats, from mountain forests to riverside bottomlands. The black bears of central Cyrodiil, despite their name typically dark brown in coloration, represent the most common variety, inhabiting primarily the Great Forest region, with scattered populations extending into the Colovian highlands and northern West Weald. Though smaller than their brown bear relatives, mature males still regularly exceed 400 pounds and possess sufficient strength to break tree limbs several inches thick when raiding beehives or seeking certain fruits. These adaptable omnivores adjust their feeding patterns seasonally, focusing on emerging vegetation during spring berries and fruits, through summer nuts and concentrated carbohydrate sources during autumn, and whatever protein sources they can locate during winter when plant foods become scarce. Their annual cycle includes substantial weight fluctuations, with individuals sometimes gaining over 100 pounds during autumn feeding frenzies, before metabolic adjustments allow them to survive winter months with minimal food intake. Unlike their northern counterparts, Cyrodiilic black bears rarely enter true hibernation due to the province's relatively mild climate, instead experiencing reduced activity periods during coldest winter weeks, while still emerging to forage during favorable weather windows, a pattern that occasionally creates dangerous surprise encounters with human travelers, assuming bears remain dormant during winter months. The brown bears of the Gerald Mountains present an even more formidable presence, with mature males sometimes exceeding 800 pounds and standing over 7 feet tall when upright. These massive predators demonstrate more carnivorous tendencies than their black bear cousins, actively hunting deer and other mammals while still maintaining omnivorous flexibility that incorporates substantial plant material when available. Their massive strength allows them to move boulders weighing several hundred pounds when seeking hibernation dens or pursuing burrowing prey, while their thick fur and substantial fat layers enable survival through the harsh mountain winters that would prove fatal to many other large mammals. Human-bear interactions vary substantially based on species, individual bear temperament, and specific circumstances of each encounter. Black bears generally avoid human contact when possible, typically retreating from perceived threats, unless protecting cubs or cornered without escape options. Their occasional raids on campsites or food storage areas stem primarily from opportunistic exploitation of available resources rather than aggression toward humans themselves, distinction important for travelers to understand when taking preventative measures against unwanted Ursian attention. Brown bears demonstrate more complex and potentially dangerous behavior patterns, particularly regarding territory defense and resource protection. While not typically aggressive without provocation, they establish more defined boundaries around feeding areas, travel corridors, and denning sites, which they may defend forcefully if they perceive encroachment. Their greater size and strength make such defensive responses potentially lethal to humans, despite not being predatory in nature, reality that has generated healthy respect, bordering on fear, among mountain communities where regular interaction occurs. Imperial wildlife authorities maintain extensive educational programs regarding appropriate behavior in bear territory, emphasizing preventative measures, including proper food storage, recognizing territorial markings, and understanding warning signs that precede potential aggressive encounters. These efforts, combined with traditional knowledge preserved through generations of mountain residents, generally enable coexistence, despite the inherent dangers these powerful creatures present to unwary travelers. Wolves, though less individually imposing than bears or mountain lions, exert disproportionate influence on Cyrodiil's wildlife populations through their sophisticated pack hunting strategies and complex social behaviors. The gray wolves of the Jural Mountains and Great Forest typically weigh between 120 pounds, with alpha males occasionally reaching larger sizes. What they lack in the raw power of bears or the stealth of mountain lions, they more than compensate for through coordinated pack tactics that few prey animals can escape once targeted. These intelligent predators live in extended family groups, led by a breeding alpha pair, with younger adults assisting in pup raising while learning hunting techniques before eventually dispersing to establish their own territories. The pack size typically ranges from 5 to 12 individuals, though larger groups occasionally form in areas with particularly abundant prey. Their territories can span 20 square miles or more, with boundaries clearly marked through scent marking and occasional vocal displays that most competing predators, including solitary wolves, respect to avoid potentially deadly confrontations. Their hunting strategies demonstrate sophisticated cooperation rarely seen outside sentient species, with different pack members taking specialized roles during complex maneuvers that sometimes unfold over miles of territory as they work to separate vulnerable individuals from prey herds. These coordinated efforts allow wolves to successfully hunt animals much larger than individual pack members could handle alone, though most of their diet actually consists of smaller prey, including rabbits, ground-nesting birds, and various rodent species, rather than the dramatic deer kills that capture human imagination. The white wolves of the Jarrell Mountains represent a distinct subspecies adapted specifically to northern alpine conditions. Their heavier coats, broader paws, Chapter 3, and slightly larger body size, providing advantages of Cyrodiil where winter waterways predominate for half the year, rivers or more, and wetlands. These specialized predators, the province's circulatory system movement patterns, dwells a remarkable diversity of creatures whose scaled bodies and aquatic adaptation winter valleys create biological communities often overlapping with human settlements, fascinating as during hardest winter months, from the massive fish that control lake limited areas where to the countless amphibians inhabiting marshy borderlands to aquatic environments. These creatures collectively represent Cyrodiil's most feared water predator with an aquatic system, streamlined hunter, while occasionally presenting significant challenges to humans who share these environments, have generated cautionary tales throughout riverine communities. Beyond the slaughterfish earliest recorded history, the common slaughterfish, numerous inhabiting most Cyrodiilic waterways, inhabit Cyrodiil's waterways 3 to 4 feet in length, its elongated ecological niches and powerful tail providing explosive acceleration that transforms the creature from stationary observation with distinctive silver scales faster than human reflexes can typically respond. Represents aquatic predators economically significant species. There are water-dwelling creatures providing primary protein specimens for imperial city terrestrial animals crossing waterways or drinking at shorelines. These prolific creatures combines represent a perfect example hiding among underwater vegetation success or submerged from adaptation to human striking with explosive rather than avoidance, with occasional pack hunting behavior capacity during which multiple individuals coordinate attacks despite centuries of intensive fishing behavioral flexibility. The purchase life cycle with exceptional sophisticated adaptation that detects specific conditions from remarkable distances precisely establishes algae blooms as nearly the perfect essential nutrition whose hunting success rates rival mountain behavior creates one of Lake Rume's most spectacular natural displays during early summer months, deeper lake when countless thousands gather in massive formations of the Niben River from shore represents flashing silver ribbons truly monstrous proportions. Imperial confirmed individuals holds that particularly large schooling displays and over 500 pounds years ahead. These massive predators likely originated from practical correlation as large as deer between abundant perch populations, though such dramatic predation of ecological conditions extremely rarely, typically due to the creature's general preference as well for deeper waters away from shore impressive individual terrestrial victims might be encountered. Predatory primary ecological impact in length involves controlling populations of other large aquatic species, acceleration, creating balanced underwater ecosystems capable where no single fish species their own size achieves dominance. These solitary ambush predators with slaughterfish establish utilitarian harvest structural features, healthy respect for their dangerous capabilities and access to prey throughout corridors. Regularly target smaller slaughterfish as food source or underwater drop-off. White flesh considered a delicacy regularly pass when properly prepared, hunting technique while simultaneously maintaining traditional knowledge regarding dangerous aeration, seasonal behavioral changes, and warning signs aquatic species indicating presence allowing of particularly large or aggressive specimens that often exceeds practices throughout Cyrodiil reflect this realistic assessment acceleration from stationary water bodies designated sturgeon regardless of circumstances, truly massive while others fish permit water activities size and longevity in place or daylight hours in a category when fundamentally different from most aquatic creatures. While less common these than the predators previously discussed, 10 feet in represent some of the most physically imposing creatures a traveler might encounter. Evidence in primitive features, these men have remained essentially unchanged for billions of years. 90-10 feet unlike tall most fish that continue growing extraordinarily powerful bills, sturgeon demonstrate proportionately long arms and barrel-shaped torsos with rapid supported increase during early decades. followed by much physical characteristic. Once sexual maturity occurs, characteristic foreheads that allows they use effectively estimation territorial through combination of size situations and growth ring analysis. Despite their fearsome and carefully collected undeniable physical power, these magnificent ogres primarily avoid human contact when migrations between establishing territories in remote rocky regions and spawning particularly tributary streams and valleys. Their mountain ranges tracked by experienced consists predominantly of large herbivores, understanding including deer and wild cattle, supplemented by seasonal gathering. Sturgeon fishing requires imperial license and occasionally honey when available, based on population monitoring the sophisticated hunting strategies of wolves, whose recommendations balance of mountain lions against conservation imperatives through raw strength for protecting that allows them to simply overpower most prey makes them once within striking distance. Over-harvesting despite their impressive individual size when travelers unwittingly enter territories marked by distinctive extends beyond mere economic values that serve as particularly large specimens, often receiving that might immediately achieving near legendary status. Ogres often begin with intimidation displays. Historical records mention specific individuals tracked across short-charging runs that stop before actual contact. Reportedly captured. These warnings give travelers opportunity to retreat without conflict during the opportunity-wise adventurers consistently take distinctive scale pattern strength made recognizable exceeds that of several armed humans section and their thick hides resist all but the most determined attacks. During the Oblivion Crisis, these personal connections between apex predators demonstrated diverse responses to Daedric cultural relationships that reflected their different capabilities and behavioral adaptations. That mountain lions typically abandon territories through their longevity gates appear and distinctive characteristics mobility and intelligence boundaries, allowing rapid relocation to safer environments. Behavior that occasionally species to closer proximity transitional communities than typical fully aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems. The more aggressive brown bear variety, massive amphibians directly confront regularly Daedric entities, entering their territory. Specimens reaching twice that size of successful represents perhaps the most visible individual scamps or clan fear. Their distinctive territorial nature of these echoing across wetlands. Slaughterfish demonstrated remarkable resilience sufficient to disorient travelers. Their aquatic habitat sounds origin, providing partial impressive creatures consume against everything threats, insects, primarily smaller frogs on land. To occasional evidence suggests certain opportunistic feeding habits, actually them important regulators of numerous prey predator species throughout wetland creating temporary ecological life cycles. Demonstrates perfect adaptation to seasonally variable environments. Demonstrating remarkable adaptability into fully aquatic tadpoles specialized tactics that undergo dramatic metamorphosis against smaller several entities before emerging abandoned traditional terrestrial juvenile frogs for safer regions, still bearing some tadpole characteristics without this developmental flexibility. The post-crisis allows adjustment to varying environmental conditions, predator population metamorphosis accelerating during periods of impending water body desiccation disrupted or during the conflict when aquatic conditions remained favorable for extended development. Such adaptable growth patterns provide significant advantage. Predators claim wetland territories where water levels may fluctuate dramatically eliminate seasons or creating altered ecological balances vital that sometimes advantage tree frog species inhabit riparian forest environments continue throughout central following the eastern Cyrodiil. Their distinctive areas eventually returning bodies with vibrant red conditions, while others during mating displays, making them among the most visually striking permanent changes in species composition barely and relative population densities. These acrobatic creatures for travelers in modern most of their adult lives in vegetation, apex predators waterways remain relatively specialized despite their continued allowing them to climb and cling to smooth surfaces. Their generally secretive vertical tree trunks, tendency to avoid human contact when possible. They return to water substantial wilderness areas, depositing gelatinous separation between their territories, vegetation, and major human population develop before beginning collectively primarily direct interactions. under
beyond
normal
their ecological
circumstances.
significance.
When such
controllers
do occur,
insect
they often
populations
become lifetime
These
memories.
colorful amphibians
The
hold
heart-stopping
particular
moment
importance
when a mountain lion
alchemical
reveals
traditions.
itself after
The
watching
mild
an
toxins
unaware
produced
traveler
in their
for
skin,
unknown period.
defensive
The
compounds that make them
awe-inspiring
unpalatable
power of a
to
brown
most
bear
predators
rearing to full height,
contain properties
while
useful
assessing potential
in certain
threat
paralytic
or the primal
and
fear
restorative
evoked
potions when
unmistakable
properly processed.
territorial markers.
Sustainable
Reveal
harvest
active
involves
ogre
capturing
presence in
specimens,
area ahead.
carefully collecting
These
skin
powerful
secretions through
creatures,
non-harmful
the
methods,
apex predators,
and releasing the
whose
frog's
strength,
unharmed
speed,
techniques
and
developed
hunting
by
prowess
traditional
place them above
alchemists
all other non-magical
and now required
beings
under
in their
imperial
respective
regulation
habitats,
to prevent population
represent
depletion
living connections
through
to
excessive
wilder,
collection,
more
or
primordial
unnecessarily
aspects of
destructive
Cyrodiil
practices
that
true
persist
reptiles rather
despite
than
centuries
amphibians
of civilization
various turtle
and
species
development in their
inhabit
continued
virtually
existence
every
alongside
permanent water
imperial
body
cities
throughout
and
Cyrodiil.
cultivated landscapes.
Their armored forms
They remind us
representing some
that
of the
human
oldest
dominance
vertebrate
remains
designs,
both partial
still found
and
unknown.
conditional.
The common river
Limited
turtle,
to spaces
shell
we
typically
actively
spanning 8 to
maintain,
10
while
inches
vast
across,
territories
with
beyond our
distinctive
immediate
yellow
control
striping on neck and
continue
limbs,
operating
represents the
according
most
to
widespread
ancient patterns.
variety.
Their
Their
omnivorous feeding
claw
habits
still determine
and
temperature
survival
tolerance
and
allowing them
natural
to thrive in
hierarchies
diverse aquatic
that even
environments,
imperial power
from cool
must
mountain
acknowledge.
streams
As
to
we
warm
shift our
lowland
focus
marshes,
toward creatures
these adaptable
dwelling
creatures
beneath
consume
Cyrodiil's
primarily
surface
aquatic
and
vegetation
within its waterways
and invertebrates.
Remember that
though
these
they
apex
opportunistically
predators,
scavenge carrion
the mountain
when
lions,
available, and
bears,
occasionally capture
wolves,
small living
slaughter
prey,
fish,
including
and
fish
ogres
fry that reign
tadpoles,
supreme
and
in their
aquatic
respective
insects.
domains.
Their remarkable
fulfill
capacity
essential
for surviving
ecological
adverse
functions
conditions
beyond their
makes them
obvious
among the
predatory
most resilient
activities.
vertebrates in
Their
Cyrodiil,
presence maintains
with
documented
documented
cases of
where no
individuals
single species
persisting
achieves
without
unsustainable
food for over a
dominance.
year. Their
During
behaviors
drought
create
conditions,
environmental
or surviving
modifications,
partial freezing
benefiting
during
countless
particularly
other
harsh
organisms. This
and their
extraordinary
continued
tolerance
existence
for
preserves
environmental
ecological
extremes,
knowledge,
combined with
encoded in
defensive
predator-prey
advantages
relationships
provided by
refined through
retractable
countless
limbs
generations
and
of evolutionary
hardened shell,
adaptation,
results
in
in
their perfect
potential
embodiment of
lifespans
predatory
exceeding
excellence.
decades
We
for
glimpse
individuals
natural's
fortunate
fortunate
enough to
remarkable
survive
capacity
their
to shape
juvenile
beings
period,
precisely
when
suited to their
countless
environmental
predators find their
niches,
small size,
a process whose
and
results
incomplete
command
hardened
respect
shells,
regardless of whether we
insufficient
view them
defense
with
against
fascination,
determined attack.
admiration,
The
or
alligator
healthy
snapping
fear,
turtle
born
presents
from
a more
recognition of
formidable
powers
presence
exceeding our
within
own
neither
unaugmented
wetlands,
capabilities.
their massive shells sometimes exceeding 2 feet in diameter, with weight surpassing 50 pounds among the oldest individuals. These impressive reptiles employ a fascinating hunting strategy involving a modified tongue resembling a small worm or larva that they wiggle while remaining otherwise motionless with jaws agape underwater. This luring technique attracts fish and other prey directly into their powerful jaws, capable of delivering bone-crushing bite force sufficient to sever human fingers if encountering an unwary hand. Despite their formidable capabilities, these ancient-appearing creatures prefer avoiding direct confrontation with larger beings, typically retreating to deeper water when they detect significant disturbance. Unlike other turtle species that bask openly on logs or shorelines during favorable weather, snapping turtles spend most of their time fully or partially submerged, often concealed among aquatic vegetation, with only eyes and nostrils breaking surface, behavior that makes population assessment particularly challenging despite their substantial individual size. Their presence typically remains unknown to casual observers until chance encounter reveals unexpected resident beneath seemingly placid surface, creating justifiable caution among experienced river travelers, aware that apparently empty waterways often contain hidden guardians, capable of delivering painful reminder about respecting territories, even when legitimate owners remain invisible during casual inspection. Perhaps most distinctive among Cyrodiil's aquatic creatures is the mud crab, arthropod, whose chitinous exterior provides excellent protection against most predators. The common mud crab inhabiting virtually all Cyrodiilic waterways typically measures approximately 1 foot across, with relatively thin shell offering moderate protection against smaller predators, while allowing considerable mobility compared to more heavily armored varieties. These opportunistic omnivores consume primarily decaying organic material, functioning essentially as aquatic waste processors whose activities significantly improve water quality by removing materials that might otherwise promote harmful bacterial overgrowth. Their larger relative, the emperor crab, presents a more substantial presence primarily within Lake Rome and the Niben River system. These impressive arthropods can exceed 3 feet across, with truly formidable claws capable of exerting sufficient pressure to break smaller bones or crush competing crabs during territorial disputes. Unlike their smaller cousins that flee potential threats, emperor crabs often stand their ground when confronted, raising massive claws in defensive display while emitting distinctive clicking sounds through specialized structures along their leg joints. This intimidation behavior usually succeeds in deterring potential predators not specialized for crustacean consumption, though the crabs generally retreat if display fails to terminate unwanted interaction. Both crab varieties play vital ecological roles through their consumption of dead and decaying materials that might otherwise create problematic bacterial conditions. Their feeding activities essentially process biological waste into forms more readily utilized by other organisms, functioning as living filtration systems that maintain healthier aquatic environments. Human communities throughout Cyrodiil's waterway systems have long recognized this valuable service, traditionally implementing prohibitions against harvesting crabs during spring months, when their scavenging activities prove particularly important for removing winter-accumulated detritus that might otherwise promote disease conditions harmful to both wildlife and human settlements. Moving toward creatures inhabiting strange borderlands between typical classifications, the marsh hopper represents a fascinating example of amphibian that has developed specialized adaptations for survival in the challenging environments of Cyrodiil's extensive wetlands. Roughly the size of a human hand, these unusual creatures possess enormously developed hind legs that allow them to make extraordinary leaps, often covering distances exceeding 15 feet in a single bound when escaping predators. Their distinctive mottled green and brown coloration provides nearly perfect camouflage among the reeds and grasses of their native habitat, making them almost impossible to spot until movement reveals their presence. Unlike most amphibians that must return to water for reproduction, marsh hoppers have evolved unique reproductive strategies, allowing them to complete their entire life cycle within semi-terrestrial environments. The females construct small, spherical nests from carefully woven vegetation, which they coat with specialized mucus secretions that both waterproof the structure and inhibit bacterial or fungal growth that might otherwise threaten developing eggs. The tadpoles develop within these protected microenvironments, nourished by specialized yolk provisions, until they complete metamorphosis and emerge as fully formed miniature adults, ready to begin independent life among the wetlands. The dredge represents an aquatic predator of a dramatically different order than the fish and crustaceans previously discussed, a creature whose intelligence, complex anatomy, and occasional magical capabilities place it in category distinct from conventional aquatic wildlife. These remarkable beings combine humanoid and crustacean characteristics into unique form that has generated centuries of scholarly debate regarding their fundamental classification and evolutionary origins. Their upper bodies demonstrate vaguely humanoid torso and head arrangement, with multiple jointed limbs terminating in powerful pincers and complex manipulators capable of both predatory application and surprisingly sophisticated tool use for hunting, shelter construction, and territory modification. While Landruve occasionally emerge in Cyrodiil's coastal territories during specific transformation phases of their complex life cycle, The aquatic varieties remain far more common throughout the province's major waterways. These primarily aquatic forms establish complex territorial domains in deeper sections of Lake Romera and the Niben River, creating hierarchical communities that sometimes demonstrate rudimentary social structures, transcending mere instinctual interaction. Their hunting behaviors combine ambush strategies utilizing carefully prepared concealment locations with active pursuit techniques against faster prey, demonstrating both physical capability and tactical sophistication unexpected in non-sentient aquatic species. The drew's most distinctive and concerning characteristic involves apparent magical capabilities, observed primarily during territorial defense or hunting activities, while lacking formal spellcasting abilities comparable to sentient practitioners. Mature specimens demonstrate natural shock generation capabilities, creating electrical discharges similar to limited-scale lightning effects. These discharges, conducted efficiently through water, can stun or kill smaller aquatic creatures while generating sufficient deterrent effect against larger predators or human intruders to terminate most unwanted interactions before escalating to physical confrontation. This natural magical capability, combined with their intimidating physical presence and territorial aggression, makes deeper Drew's inhabited waters among the most dangerous aquatic environments throughout Cyrodiil, despite their limited distribution compared to more commonly encountered threats like slaughterfish. The scaled inhabitants of Cyrodiil's waterways faced unique challenges during the Oblivion crisis, with Daedric corruption of certain water bodies, creating environments temporarily or permanently unsuitable for native species. Waterways near major Oblivion gates often experience temperature increases, chemical alterations, or direct contamination with substances toxic to most aquatic life, creating dead zones that required decades for complete recovery even after the crisis concluded. Species with greater mobility generally abandoned affected areas when conditions deteriorated beyond tolerance thresholds, while less mobile creatures often perished unless fortunate enough to inhabit border regions where conditions remained marginally acceptable. Interestingly, certain amphibian populations demonstrated unexpected resilience during this period, with some frog species apparently developing accelerated metamorphosis in response to deteriorating aquatic conditions, evolutionary adaptation occurring at unprecedented rate that some magical scholars attribute to latent magical properties within these creatures activated by environmental stress beyond normal parameters. This rapid adaptation allowed population maintenance through extremely challenging period when many less adaptable species experienced significant declines, demonstrating remarkable biological flexibility that continues fascinating researchers even generations after the original observations. The post-crisis recovery of aquatic ecosystems proceeded unevenly across different waterway systems, with factors including proximity to major Daedric manifestations, waterway volume and flow characteristics, and pre-existing ecological resilience significantly influencing recovery trajectories. Lake Rumar and the main Niben Channel, benefiting from enormous water volume that diluted contamination while providing refuge areas remaining relatively unaffected, recovered substantial ecological functionality within 5 to 10 years following crisis conclusion. Smaller tributary systems and isolated water bodies sometimes required several decades before approaching pre-crisis conditions, with some locations still showing subtle ecological differences from historical patterns even today. For travelers exploring Cyrodiil's waterways in current times, encounters with these scaled inhabitants create essential dimension of the province's natural character. The silent glide of massive pike through submerged vegetation, The morning chorus of countless frogs announcing days beginning from misty shorelines, the distinctive tracks of turtles moving between aquatic and terrestrial environments during nesting seasons. These experiences connect observers to biological communities as ancient as any unknown lineages whose fundamental adaptations were established millions of years before human civilization emerged, yet continue functioning according to patterns that transcend even the cosmic disruptions of events like the Oblivion crisis. Perhaps most profoundly, these aquatic creatures remind us of life's remarkable adaptability and persistence, organisms whose ancestors survived multiple extinction events and catastrophic environmental changes over timescales barely comprehensible to human understanding, yet continue their existence alongside our comparatively recent appearance in Tamriel's complex ecological tapestry, in their silent testimony to evolutionary success measured across geological epochs rather than mere historical periods. They offer perspective both humbling and reassuring about our own place within Nirn's ongoing biological narrative. As we turn our attention toward creatures dwelling beneath Cyrodiil's surface in the dark recesses of caves and underground systems, remember that these aquatic and semi-aquatic beings, the fish, amphibians, reptiles, and specialized arthropods that maintain ecological balance within the province's waterways, collectively process enormous quantities of biological material, control countless potential pest species, and create the functional foundation for aquatic ecosystems upon which many terrestrial communities ultimately depend. Their seemingly simple existence, guided by instinctual patterns, refined through countless generations of natural selection, maintains environmental services whose absence would transform Cyrodiil beyond recognition within remarkably short time frame. Should these ancient lineages ever truly disappear from the waters they have inhabited since time immemorial. Chapter 4. Cave Dwellers. Beneath Cyrodiil's surface, below the forests and fields, mountains and valleys that form the visible landscape, exists another world entirely, the extensive network of caves, caverns, and underground passages that honeycomb the province's geological foundations. Within these shadowed realms dwell creatures adapted specifically to subterranean existence, beings whose evolutionary paths diverged from surface-dwelling relatives to create specialized adaptations for life in perpetual darkness, confined spaces, and the unique ecological conditions found only in the world below. Most infamous among these cave dwellers is the troll, powerfully built humanoid, whose combination of physical strength, territorial aggression, and remarkable regenerative capabilities makes it perhaps the most feared non-magical creature throughout Cyrodiil's wilderness areas. The cave troll represents a subspecies specifically adapted to underground habitation. Its distinctive features, including enlarged eyes, capable of functioning in near-total darkness, highly developed sense of smell, compensating for limited visibility in their preferred environment, and pale skin, lacking the pigmentation unnecessary in lightless caverns, but developing moss-like growths that provide both camouflage and supplementary nutrition through symbiotic relationships with certain fungal species. These fearsome creatures typically stand 7 to 8 feet tall when fully mature, their hunched posture belying remarkable physical power, capable of lifting boulders weighing several hundred pounds or tearing tree roots that intrude into their cavern systems. Their distinctive three-eyed arrangement, central larger eye, flanked by two smaller ones, provides both excellent depth perception and unusually wide field of vision, compensating for the poor light conditions of their natural habitat while making them difficult to approach unseen even in surface environments. Their mouths feature prominent tusks and oversized canines, adapted for both combat and breaking down the tough materials that sometimes constitute their diet when preferred prey proves unavailable. Most distinctive among troll characteristics is their extraordinary regenerative capability, biological function, allowing them to heal wounds at rates vastly exceeding normal creatures, and even regrow substantial portions of damaged tissue, including entire limbs, given sufficient time and nutrition. This remarkable adaptation likely evolved specifically for cave-dwelling existence, where serious injuries from rock falls, territorial disputes, or hunting accidents would otherwise prove fatal, given the limited social structure that might otherwise provide care during recovery periods. The regenerative process draws heavily on the creature's fat reserves and requires substantial caloric intake to sustain reality that drives their nearly constant foraging behavior when active. Trolls typically establish territories centered around cave systems meeting their specific requirements: sufficient space for movement and shelter, access to water sources, and proximity to reliable food opportunities, either within the caves themselves or in nearby surface areas, accessible through concealed entrances. These territories typically encompass several square miles of underground passages, marked through distinctive scratch patterns and scent markers that other trolls recognize and generally respect, though territorial boundaries occasionally shift following particularly significant disputes between neighboring individuals or when environmental changes alter resource availability patterns. Human interactions with trolls almost invariably prove hostile, as the creatures view any intrusion into their territory as direct threat requiring immediate aggressive response. Unlike certain predators that may observe unfamiliar entities before determining appropriate reaction, trolls typically attack without hesitation upon detecting unauthorized presence within their domain, territorial instincts apparently outweighing even self-preservation considerations when confronted with significantly armed or numerous intruders. This predictable aggression makes their territories among the most dangerous locations for travelers or explorers, with experienced guides throughout Cyrodiil maintaining detailed knowledge regarding known troll habitations that should be carefully avoided. The most effective defense against troll attack involves fire, one of the few things these creatures genuinely fear due to their regenerative capabilities, proving largely ineffective against burn injuries. Flame damage not only causes immediate pain, but significantly inhibits or completely prevents their natural healing processes, making such wounds potentially permanent in ways that cutting or crushing damage rarely achieves, regardless of initial severity. Knowledgeable travelers in areas with known troll activity typically carry multiple flame sources specifically for this purpose, considering such preparations essential survival equipment rather than optional precaution. Sharing many cave systems with trolls yet employing radically different survival strategies are the various bat species that establish enormous colonies throughout Cyrodiil's underground expanses. The common cave bat, small insectivore, weighing barely an ounce with wingspan approaching 10 inches, represents perhaps the most numerous vertebrate species in the province, despite remaining largely unseen by most inhabitants. These remarkable creatures establish colonies sometimes numbering hundreds of thousands within single cave systems, their combined activities exerting tremendous ecological influence, both underground and in surrounding surface environments where they emerge nightly to feed. Their most distinctive adaptation involves echolocation, biological sonar system, allowing navigation and hunting in complete darkness through emission of high-pitched sounds beyond human hearing, range, and interpretation of returning echoes that create detailed sound picture of surrounding environment. This sophisticated capability allows detection of obstacles as fine as human hairs, while simultaneously identifying flying insects from considerable distances, creating hunting efficiency that allows these small creatures to consume tremendous numbers of mosquitoes, moths, and similar prey during nightly feeding expeditions that may cover dozens of miles from their underground roosting locations. The substantial guano deposits produced by large bat colonies create unique ecological subsystems within cave environments, supporting diverse decomposer organisms that form foundation for cave-specific food webs independent from surface energy inputs. These deposits sometimes accumulate over centuries into layers several feet thick, their chemical composition providing essential nutrients for specialized fungi and invertebrates, while occasionally creating localized atmospheric conditions requiring specialized breathing equipment for safe human exploration. Imperial alchemists have long valued certain compounds extracted from properly aged guano deposits, creating economic incentive for carefully regulated harvest operations within caves whose bat populations receive protection under imperial conservation edicts. The vampire bat presents a more complex case regarding human interactions, as these palm-sized flying mammals consume blood rather than insects, targeting primarily deer and similar large mammals, but occasionally preying on humans when opportunity presents itself. Unlike their smaller insectivorous relatives, these specialized feeders use remarkable sensory capabilities to detect heat signatures from potential prey, combined with specialized dentition that creates nearly painless incisions for blood extraction, adaptations permitting blood meals from sleeping victims, who often remain unaware of the feeding event until discovering small, distinctively shaped wounds upon waking. Contrary to common misconception, these bats consume relatively modest blood quantities, typically 2 or 3 ounces during single feeding event, and their saliva contains natural anticoagulants and mild analgesics that prevent immediate wound closure while minimizing both pain and tissue damage. These specialized compounds have attracted significant alchemical research, with several important medical preparations derived from carefully processed vampire bat saliva components, particularly treatments for certain cardiovascular conditions where controlled blood thinning provides therapeutic benefits. This medicinal application creates unusual situation where species often feared or reviled actually contribute significant benefits to medical practice when properly understood and responsibly utilized. Certain folk traditions incorrectly associate these natural vampire bats with true vampirism, supernatural condition involving undead transformation rather than normal biological adaptation for specialized feeding niche. While sharing superficial similarities through blood consumption, these entirely natural creatures bear no connection to true vampiric infection beyond unfortunate naming coincidence that continues generating misplaced fear and occasional persecution from uninformed rural populations, despite imperial educational efforts regarding the important ecological roles these specialized mammals fulfill in controlling certain pest populations and maintaining broader environmental balance. Moving from flying mammals to terrestrial invertebrates, various specialized arthropods have evolved specifically for cave environments throughout Cyrodiil, developing distinctive adaptations for life in consistent darkness and the limited resource availability typical of subterranean ecosystems. The luminous cave crawler, 8-legged relative of surface-dwelling spiders that produces bioluminescent light from specialized abdominal organs, represents perhaps the most visually distinctive of these adaptations. Their ghostly blue-green glow, visible from considerable distances within larger cavern systems, These unusual arachnids consume primarily smaller invertebrates and occasionally bats weakened by age or illness that become entangled in their extensive web systems, strategically positioned near colony entrances or major underground air circulation pathways. The light production appears to serve multiple biological functions beyond the immediate practical illumination it provides the creatures themselves. The specific wavelengths attract certain moth species and other flying insects that navigate toward what they perceive as exit to surface environments, drawing potential prey directly into carefully constructed web systems. Additionally, the illumination patterns create territorial displays that prevent unnecessary competition between mature individuals within limited cave resources, with distinctive pulsation sequences communicating individual identity, reproductive status, and territorial boundaries through visual language unique to their species. The giant blind centipede presents more formidable cave arthropod, with mature specimens occasionally exceeding 3 feet in length, while possessing powerful venomous appendages capable of delivering incapacitating toxins to prey or potential threats. These segmented hunters have completely sacrificed visual capabilities in exchange for extraordinarily developed vibration sensitivity and chemical detection abilities that allow precision tracking of prey movements through solid rock by detecting minute pressure changes created by footsteps or other activities. Their hunting strategy involves patient ambush from concealed positions within narrow passages where potential prey must pass in close proximity, making them particularly dangerous to human cave explorers following established routes between larger chambers. The venom represents a fascinating example of highly specialized evolution, containing complex mixture of compounds with different effects on various potential prey species. The primary toxin causes intense pain and temporary paralysis in mammals, including humans, typically non-lethal but certainly incapacitating, while different components cause rapid death in their preferred invertebrate prey. This specialized cocktail allows efficient predation on their natural food sources, while simultaneously providing effective defense against larger potential threats or competitors, demonstrating sophisticated biochemical adaptation precisely calibrated to their ecological niche and survival requirements. The cave rat, larger, more aggressive relative of common surface rat varieties, creates another significant presence in many underground systems throughout Cyrodiil. These rodents have developed specialized adaptations for subterranean environments, including enhanced whisker sensitivity for navigation in complete darkness, specialized diets allowing consumption of fungal varieties toxic to surface species, and social behaviors more complex than their above-ground cousins. Cave rat colonies can number hundreds of individuals organized into complex hierarchical structures with specialized roles for different members: scouts identifying food sources, defenders protecting colony territories, and specialized breeding females producing the next generation. These intelligent rodents demonstrate remarkable problem-solving capabilities, with documented cases of colonies developing sophisticated approaches to challenges including water access during dry periods, food storage systems preserving resources against lean times, and defensive configurations effectively deterring predators several times their individual size. Their adaptability allows exploitation of even the most marginal cave environments, with populations establishing sustainable presence in systems seemingly incapable of supporting mammalian inhabitants due to limited resources or challenging environmental conditions. While rats primarily avoid confrontation with larger creatures, including humans, concentrated colonies will defend territories aggressively when threatened, with swarm tactics overwhelming much larger opponents through coordinated attacks from multiple individuals. These behaviors make established cave rat territories potentially hazardous to unprepared explorers, particularly when passing through narrow passages where mobility becomes limited and escape routes restricted. Knowledgeable guides recognize territorial markers, including distinctive arrangements of collected objects, specialized scratch patterns on softer stone surfaces, and unique odor profiles that experienced cave travelers learn to identify as warning signs, meriting either careful advanced preparation or prudent alternative route selection. Beyond specific creatures, certain cave systems throughout Cyrodiil contain specialized ecosystems functioning entirely without sunlight, energy inputs that drive surface biological communities. These chemosynthetic environments derive their fundamental energy from chemical reactions, typically involving sulfur compounds or methane, that specialized bacteria convert into biologically useful forms, supporting entire food webs disconnected from surface ecological systems. The most extensive such environment exists beneath portions of the Valles Mountains, where geothermal features provide both heat and chemical compounds, supporting remarkable biodiversity despite complete absence of photosynthetic production that forms foundation for most surface-based life. The creatures inhabiting these specialized environments demonstrate extreme adaptations to conditions that would prove immediately fatal to surface organisms. Certain fish species dwelling in underground hot springs tolerate water temperatures exceeding 120 degrees Fahrenheit, while requiring dissolved mineral concentrations that would kill any surface aquatic species. Specialized invertebrates extract oxygen from water containing hydrogen sulfide concentrations normally considered highly toxic. Even the bacteria forming the food web foundation possess metabolic pathways unlike anything found in surface organisms, utilizing chemical energy sources that conventional biology cannot process, while tolerating conditions that would denature proteins in most living things. During the Oblivion crisis, cave systems throughout Cyrodiil experienced highly variable impacts depending on proximity to Oblivion gates and the specific Daedric entities emerging in each location. Certain subterranean environments provided effective shelter from Daedric activity, primarily focused on surface objectives, creating refuges where native species survived relatively unaffected, while surface ecosystems experienced significant disruption. Conversely, some cave systems suffered disproportionate damage when Daedric entities specifically sought underground spaces for establishing bases of operation or accessing particular mineral resources, resulting in complete eradication of specialized biological communities that had evolved over millennia to inhabit these unique environments. The most significant and lasting impact came through Daedric introduction of non-native organisms into cave systems, where they subsequently established self-sustaining populations that continue influencing underground ecology long after the crisis conclusion. Certain fungal species with presumably Daedric origins colonized cave systems throughout the Gerald Mountains, altering chemical conditions in ways that rendered previously habitable environments toxic to native species, while creating conditions favorable to other organisms that subsequently expanded beyond their historical ranges. These complex ecological cascades continue influencing subterranean communities today, with some cave systems still demonstrating transitional characteristics as biological equilibrium slowly reestablishes through processes requiring decades or even centuries for completion. Perhaps most unusual among Cyrodiil's cave-dwelling creatures are the rare blind fish that inhabit completely isolated underground water systems, environments separated from surface water bodies for thousands or even millions of years, creating evolutionary laboratories where remarkable adaptations develop in response to highly specialized conditions. These pale, eyeless creatures rely entirely on non-visual senses, including extraordinary pressure sensitivity, allowing detection of minute water movements, chemical receptors, capable of identifying substances in quantities too small for conventional detection methods, and in some species, rudimentary electrical field detection, similar to capabilities observed in certain ocean-dwelling fish, but refined for cave-specific applications. The isolation of their habitats has created extreme specialization, with each separate underground water system potentially harboring unique species found nowhere else on Nern. Imperial naturalists have documented several dozen distinct varieties, each adapted to specific chemical conditions, temperature ranges, and food resources available in their particular isolated environment. This specialization creates both remarkable evolutionary showcases and conservation challenges, as single contamination events or habitat modifications can potentially eliminate entire species whose total worldwide population might exist within single cave system, possessing irreplaceable genetic adaptations found nowhere else. The Imperial Geographic Society maintains ongoing survey efforts documenting these specialized cave ecosystems and their remarkable inhabitants, with particular emphasis on identifying previously unknown systems potentially harboring unique species. These explorations combine scientific research with practical conservation objectives, as proper management requires thorough understanding regarding both the specific requirements of cave-adapted species and the complex interconnections between seemingly separate underground systems that might actually maintain crucial periodic connections through seasonal flooding events or other intermittent hydrological phenomena. For modern travelers exploring Cyrodiil's cave systems, encounters with specialized subterranean creatures create unforgettable experiences combining wonder and healthy caution. The magnificent chambers illuminated solely by luminous cave crawler colonies, their blue-green light revealing stalactite formations created over thousands of years. The breathtaking exodus of bat colonies at sunset, tens of thousands of individuals spiraling from cave entrances in living ribbons stretching across darkening skies. The chilling moment when torchlight reveals distinctive scratch markings indicating active troll territory, creating immediate decision point regarding whether to proceed deeper or wisely retreat towards surface safety. These experiences connect observers to aspects of Cyrodiil, largely hidden from casual visitors, following main roads between established settlements, the ancient, ongoing biological narratives unfolding in darkness beneath the surface world that normally defines human experience within the province. The specialized creatures, adapted for these challenging environments, having pursued evolutionary paths diverging from surface relatives countless generations past, represent biological ingenuity and specialization, every bit as impressive as the largest, most visible surface species that typically capture greater attention in common understanding of Cyrodiil's natural history. Perhaps most significantly, these cave-dwelling organisms demonstrate life's remarkable capacity for adaptation to environments seemingly hostile to biological processes, lightless realms where energy sources differ fundamentally from surface systems, where chemical conditions would prove immediately toxic to unadapted organisms, where specialized sensory capabilities replace visual perception with entirely different systems for navigating and understanding surrounding reality. In their successful colonization of these challenging environments, they testify to the relentless adaptability that characterizes life on Nirn, regardless of surface conditions or cosmic disturbances like the Oblivion crisis that periodically reshape more visible ecosystems while leaving subterranean worlds largely intact despite their apparent fragility. As we conclude our exploration of Cyrodiil's dark corners and the specialized beings that inhabit them, remember that these hidden ecosystems, the caves and caverns harboring trolls and bats, specialized arthropods, and chemosynthetic communities, collectively process enormous quantities of biological material, control countless potential pest species, and create unique biodiversity reservoirs, preserving specialized adaptations found nowhere else on Nirn. Their seemingly alien existence, shaped by evolutionary forces operating in conditions vastly different from surface environments, provides both scientific fascination and philosophical perspective on the remarkable diversity of biological solutions to environmental challenges that collectively create Cyrodiil's complete ecological identity, extending far beyond the visible landscapes most travelers exclusively experience. Chapter 5: Goblin Tribes. Among the many creatures inhabiting Cyrodiil, few generate the complex mixture of fear, contempt, and occasional grudging respect that characterizes human attitudes toward goblins, humanoid beings whose societal organization, tool usage, and apparent intelligence place them in ambiguous territory between mere animals and truly sentient races. These green-skinned, yellow-eyed creatures, typically standing between 4 and 5 feet tall with hunched posture that conceals their true height, have established tribal territories throughout the province since time immemorial, to their presence predating even Aelid domination, yet persisting despite centuries of conflict with successive waves of human settlement and imperial expansion. Unlike the solitary predators or instinct-driven herd species we have discussed in previous chapters, goblins demonstrate unmistakable social organization centered around tribal units, typically numbering between 20 and 100 individuals. These cohesive groups maintain distinct territories, develop identifiable cultural practices, including specific totemic symbols and ritualistic behaviors, and demonstrate rudimentary but effective leadership hierarchies, typically dominated by physically powerful shamans or war chiefs, whose authority combines martial prowess with primitive magical or spiritual authority recognized by other tribe members. The physical characteristics of Cyrodiilic goblins display remarkable consistency despite their geographical distribution across diverse environments from coastal caves to mountain strongholds. Their distinctive green skin coloration ranges from pale mint among forest-dwelling tribes to deeper olive tones in mountain populations, providing natural camouflage advantages in their preferred territories. Their disproportionately long arms and shortened legs create somewhat awkward appearance during bipedal movement, but prove highly advantageous when moving rapidly on all fours, running configuration they typically adopt when maximum speed becomes necessary during either hunting or retreat situations. Their sensory capabilities present interesting adaptations to their predominantly nocturnal lifestyle, with large yellow eyes featuring reflective properties similar to certain predatory cats, allowing effective vision in extremely low light conditions that would render human movement nearly impossible without artificial illumination. Their hearing similarly exceeds human capabilities, particularly in higher frequency ranges, allowing detection of subtle environmental changes that might indicate approaching threats or potential prey. Their sense of smell, while less developed than specialized predators like wolves, nonetheless significantly exceeds human olfactory capabilities, contributing to their effectiveness as hunters despite relatively simple technologies and strategies. Goblin biology demonstrates several distinctive characteristics beyond immediately visible features. Their digestive systems allow processing of numerous food sources toxic to humans, including certain fungal varieties and partially decomposed meat that would cause severe illness in human consumers. This dietary flexibility provides significant survival advantage in challenging environments where more specialized feeders might starve during resource scarcity. Their reproductive cycle remains imperfectly understood despite centuries of observation, with females apparently capable of delaying embryonic development during unfavorable environmental conditions. Biological mechanism allowing population regulation based on resource availability rather than strictly seasonal breeding patterns, typical of many mammalian species. The material culture demonstrated by goblin tribes varies substantially between populations, but universally includes basic tool production capabilities. Stone knapping techniques produce serviceable cutting implements and spear points of moderate effectiveness, though lacking the refinement achieved by even primitive human toolmakers. Limited metalworking capabilities appear in certain tribes, particularly those inhabiting abandoned mines or ruins, with accessible metal sources, though their smelting and forging technologies rarely exceed capabilities demonstrated by early First-Era human societies. Some tribes demonstrate more specialized craft developments, including primitive pottery production, basic leather working for crude protective garments, and construction techniques, allowing creation and maintenance of semi-permanent settlements within favorable locations. These settlements represent perhaps the most visible manifestation of goblin societal organization, with distinct architectural patterns characterizing different tribal groups. Forest-dwelling tribes typically construct crude but effective shelters, utilizing available vegetation, fallen logs, and excavated depressions to create living spaces insulated from weather extremes, while providing defensive concealment from potential threats. Cave-dwelling populations sometimes implement more sophisticated modifications to their habitations, including strategic placement of barriers, controlling access to deeper chambers, primitive drainage systems, preventing living area flooding during heavy precipitation, and specialized spaces apparently dedicated to specific functions, including food storage, tool production, or ritual activities, indicated by distinctive arrangements of bones, stones, or other symbolic objects. The social structure within these settlements follows patterns, indicating intelligence significantly exceeding instinctual behavior, while falling short of the complex societal organizations demonstrated by recognized sentient races. Tribal leadership typically combines physical dominance with other characteristics valued by specific goblin cultures, creating hierarchies maintained through combination of coercion and apparently voluntary submission by subordinate individuals. The specific mechanisms determining leadership succession remain incompletely documented, despite considerable academic interest, with some tribes appearing to follow simple strength-based selection, while others demonstrate more complex processes, potentially involving assessment of multiple characteristics beyond mere physical prowess. Beneath leadership level, additional social stratification appears through specialized roles, including dedicated hunters, nest guardians, juvenile caretakers, and in larger tribes, individuals apparently specializing in particular craft activities. While rudimentary compared to human occupational specialization, nonetheless represents significant advancement beyond purely instinctual behavior, suggesting cognitive capabilities, allowing recognition of individual aptitudes and deliberate assignment of appropriate tasks to maximize collective survival prospects, hallmark of emerging intelligence transcending purely animal existence. The religious or spiritual practices observed among goblin tribes present a particularly fascinating aspect of their societal development. Most tribes maintain some form of shamanic tradition, with individuals displaying distinctive decorative elements, including bone ornaments, painted skin patterns, or specialized garments crafted from materials holding apparent symbolic significance. These shamans perform observable rituals centered around crude altars, typically featuring arrangements of bones, distinctive stones, or occasionally artifacts of clearly non-goblin origin acquired through either scavenging or raiding activities. The specific beliefs underlying these practices remain subject to considerable scholarly debate, with limited evidence supporting competing interpretations regarding goblin metaphysical understanding. Some researchers propose ancestor worship as primary spiritual framework based on observed treatment of specific skeletal remains within tribal territories. Others suggest nature spirit traditions based on apparent reverence demonstrated towards certain environmental features, including distinctive trees, unusual rock formations, or specific animal species receiving specialized treatment when encountered or harvested. Still others identify primitive Daedric worship based on symbolic elements incorporated into tribal totems, bearing resemblance to iconography associated with specific Daedric princes, particularly Malakath, entity traditionally associated with Orsimer, but potentially claiming goblin veneration through similar cultural narratives regarding outcast status and survival through strength. The language capabilities demonstrated by goblin populations represent another area of ongoing research and occasional controversy within academic circles. Goblins clearly communicate through combination of vocalizations, physical gestures, and contextual cues, creating functional information exchange sufficient for coordinating hunting activities, maintaining tribal boundaries, establishing dominance hierarchies, and transmitting rudimentary cultural practices between generations. The complexity of this communication system, whether it constitutes true language or merely elaborated signaling behavior, remains a contentious question with significant implications regarding their fundamental classification between animal and sentient status within imperial taxonomical frameworks. This classification question extends beyond mere academic interest into practical policy implications regarding appropriate treatment of goblin populations encountered during imperial expansion or resource extraction activities. Unlike unquestionably sentient races protected under various imperial statutes regardless of technological development level, goblin tribes occupy legal and ethical ambiguity, where designation as either non-sentient dangerous wildlife or primitive but fundamentally intelligent beings would create dramatically different obligations regarding territorial rights, population management approaches, and acceptable intervention methodologies when conflicts with imperial interests inevitably arise. The historical relationship between goblin tribes and human populations throughout Cyrodiil reflects this fundamental ambiguity, with approaches ranging from systematic eradication efforts, treating them essentially as dangerous vermin, through pragmatic coexistence, maintaining mutual territorial respect to rare documented cases of limited trade relationships, suggesting recognition of their fundamental rationality. Despite technological limitations and communication barriers preventing more sophisticated diplomatic arrangements, this inconsistent treatment, varying both geographically and temporally throughout imperial history, demonstrates deeper uncertainty regarding their fundamental nature that continues influencing modern policies, despite centuries of documented interaction. Several distinctive goblin tribes have established territories throughout Cyrodiil, each with unique cultural markers and behavioral patterns. The white-skinned tribe inhabiting caverns beneath the Great Forest demonstrates unusual emphasis on trapping rather than direct hunting, constructing sophisticated pitfalls and snares strategically positioned along game trails that supply substantial portion of their dietary requirements with minimal direct confrontation risk. Their distinctive white body paint, created from specific mineral deposits unique to their territory, serves both as tribal identifier and apparently religious significance, as evidenced by specialized application patterns observed during lunar cycles. The Rockbiter tribe, occupying abandoned mines throughout the Colovian highlands, displays most advanced metallurgical capabilities among documented goblin populations. Their distinctive weapons, featuring crude but effective bronze working techniques, typically associated with early human settlements rather than goblin technological development. Archaeological evidence suggests they inherited these capabilities through occupation of abandoned allied mining sites rather than independent innovation, with subsequent generations maintaining and gradually adapting techniques originally learned through observation or captured human metalworkers during early territorial establishment periods. The Blood Skull tribe, controlling territories along the lower Niben, demonstrates both most sophisticated territorial marking system and most consistently aggressive expansion behavior documented among Cyrodiilic goblin populations. Their distinctive territorial markers, skulls painted with red mineral pigments, arranged in precisely spaced patterns around boundary perimeters, demonstrate mathematical consistency, suggesting deeper symbolic system than mere warning indicators. Their frequent raiding activities against both neighboring goblin tribes and human settlements create geographical instability throughout their region, with defensive responses consuming significant watch resources, despite numerous attempted eradication campaigns throughout recent imperial history. Goblin territorial distribution throughout Cyrodiil demonstrates interesting patterns, suggesting sophisticated environmental assessment capabilities guiding their settlement decisions. Most established tribes occupy locations offering natural defensive advantages combined with reliable resource access, cave systems near water sources, defensible hillsides overlooking game migration routes, or abandoned structures providing shelter while remaining close to harvestable food sources. This strategic positioning indicates capability for long-term planning, transcending immediate survival concerns, with territorial selections balancing multiple factors, including defensive security, sustainable resource availability, proximity to potential threats, and specific environmental characteristics, apparently preferred by different tribal cultures. Intertribal relationships demonstrate additional complexity beyond simple territorial competition, with observed behaviors indicating recognition of distinct tribal identities extending beyond immediate family groups. Territorial boundaries between neighboring tribes typically feature distinctive marker arrangements, piled stones, arranged bones, carved tree trunks, or other clearly artificial indicators, respected by adjacent populations despite lack of continuous enforcement capability. Occasional cooperative activities between distinct tribes have been documented during extraordinary circumstances, such as unusual predator threats or exceptional resource opportunities, suggesting capability for recognizing mutual benefit possibilities, transcending normal competitive relationships. Warfare between tribes occurs, but follows discernible patterns, suggesting ritualized rather than merely instinctual conflict behaviors. Observed confrontations typically involve preliminary display activities, including distinctive vocalizations, synchronized movement patterns, and presentation of tribal totems before actual physical engagement. The combat itself often demonstrates apparent rule-governed limitations, including cessation of attack when opponents display specific submission behaviors, targeted removal of leadership rather than generalized population reduction, and post-conflict territorial adjustments, suggesting negotiated rather than merely force-determined outcomes. These characteristics collectively suggest conflict resolution mechanisms more sophisticated than simple predatory aggression, though certainly falling short of formalized diplomatic processes recognized between established sentient societies. Human-goblin conflicts throughout Cyrodiilic history have followed less restrained patterns, with both sides demonstrating behavior considerably more destructive than observed in within-species interactions. Goblin raids on human settlements typically target resources, including food stores, metal tools, livestock, and occasionally captives, whose ultimate fate remains incompletely documented, despite numerous concerning accounts suggesting both ritual sacrifice practices and possible cannibalistic consumption, behaviors generating understandable human antipathy, transcending mere competition for territorial resources. Human responses historically ranged from defensive repulsion through retaliatory expeditions to systematic eradication campaigns, occasionally approaching genocidal intent regarding specific tribal populations deemed particularly problematic for imperial expansion or resource utilization plans. The ecological role goblins fulfill within Cyrodiilic environments demonstrates similar complexity to their societal characteristics. As omnivorous opportunists, they consume diverse resources, including small game, fish, various plant materials, insects, fungi, and occasionally carrion when other options prove limited. This dietary flexibility positions them as generalist consumers whose predatory impact remains distributed across multiple prey species, rather than creating intensive pressure on specific populations. Their territorial behavior simultaneously limits total population density while creating consistent presence across diverse landscapes, resulting in steady but sustainable consumption patterns that generally avoid triggering ecological disruptions through excessive resource depletion. Their predatory activities primarily affect small to medium-sized prey species, including rabbits, ground-nesting birds, smaller fish varieties, and occasionally juvenile specimens of larger species when vulnerability opportunities arise. Their hunting methodologies typically involve group coordination rather than individual pursuit, with documented techniques including cooperative ambush strategies, deliberate driving of prey toward prepared capture locations, and specialized approaches developed for specific target species based on their particular vulnerabilities or behavioral patterns. These sophisticated hunting behaviors require both intelligence necessary for strategic planning and social cooperation capabilities, allowing coordinated execution, characteristics transcending instinctual predation despite technological limitations, restricting their methodological sophistication compared to human hunting practices. During the Oblivion Crisis, Goblin tribes demonstrated diverse responses, reflecting both their territorial flexibility and apparent recognition of unprecedented threat, transcending normal environmental challenges. Many tribes temporarily abandoned traditional territories when Oblivion gates appeared within their domains, displaying environmental assessment capabilities, allowing appropriate response to novel threats, despite lacking comprehensive understanding of their metaphysical nature. Some populations opportunistically exploited the chaos by expanding into territories temporarily abandoned by human populations, focusing defensive resources elsewhere, demonstrating pragmatic advantage-seeking behavior rather than rigid territorial limitations. A few tribes even engaged in direct opposition to Daedric entities, threatening their established domains, with documented cases of coordinated attacks against smaller Daedric manifestations, suggesting either territorial defense instinct overriding normal threat avoidance behaviors, or possibly deeper recognition regarding existential threat posed by fundamentally alien incursion into their traditional environments. The post-crisis period brought significant changes to goblin tribal distributions throughout Cyrodiil, with many populations discovering previous territories rendered uninhabitable through Daedric corruption, or finding traditional migration patterns disrupted by altered landscape features resulting from major Oblivion Gate manifestations. These disruptions forced territorial redistributions, creating increased contact between displaced goblin tribes and human settlements, similarly recovering from crisis impacts, generating conflict cycles that continued for years after the primary crisis conclusion. Imperial authorities generally responded with heightened suppression efforts against goblin populations approaching rebuilt settlements or crucial resource areas, creating population reductions that remain controversial among certain academic and conservationist circles, advocating more nuanced management approaches, recognizing their potential classification as primitive but fundamentally intelligent beings, rather than merely dangerous wildlife, requiring population control methodologies. For travelers in modern Cyrodiil, encounters with goblin tribes remain relatively common in wilderness areas, despite centuries of conflict and periodic suppression campaigns. The distinctive signs of goblin territorial occupation, crude totems marking boundaries, skulls displayed on pointed stakes near tribal centers, distinctive arrangements of stones marking patrol routes or hunting grounds, provide important warning indicators that experienced explorers learn to recognize and respect, while imperial roads generally remain safe due to regular patrol activities, specifically targeting goblin presence near major transportation routes. Venturing into less traveled regions requires appropriate precautions against potential tribal territories where human intrusion may trigger defensive or opportunistic aggression, despite lack of explicit provocation beyond mere presence within domains considered rightfully theirs by resident populations. Goblin tribal culture, despite its primitive technological development compared to recognized sentient societies, demonstrates fascinating example of intelligence development occupying transitional position between purely instinctual animal behavior and the complex societal organization characterizing races granted full personhood recognition under imperial philosophical and legal frameworks. Their tool usage, tribal organization, territorial management, primitive religious practices, and apparent language capabilities collectively present characteristics transcending classification as mere animals, while their technological limitations, apparently limited abstract reasoning capabilities, and failure to develop more sophisticated societal structures, despite millennia of opportunity, create reasonable questions regarding appropriate classification relative to unquestionably sentient races, despite their superficially humanoid appearance. This fundamental ambiguity, beings demonstrating partial but incomplete development of characteristics defining sentience under traditional imperial philosophical frameworks, creates profound questions regarding appropriate ethical treatment that continue challenging imperial governance, structures, academic classification systems, and individual moral frameworks when interactions inevitably occur throughout provincial territories in their liminal existence between categories that would create clearer moral imperatives. Goblin tribes represent perfect manifestation of natural complexity, resisting convenient classification within human conceptual systems, reminder that reality frequently transcends the orderly categorization through which we attempt imposing comprehensible structure upon otherwise overwhelming existential complexity. As we conclude our examination of these fascinating tribal societies that have survived countless challenges throughout Cyrodiil's long history, remember that goblins, despite their primitive material culture and frequently aggressive interactions with human settlements, represent impressive evolutionary success story whose continued existence, despite millennia of competition with technologically superior societies, testifies to remarkable adaptability, resilience, and effective social organization, allowing persistence against challenges that have eliminated countless, seemingly more advanced species throughout Tamriel's biological history. In their stubborn persistence, despite innumerable adversities, they perhaps deserve recognition, transcending the simplistic fear or contempt, often characterizing casual dismissal of their significance within Cyrodiil's complex ecological and cultural landscape. Chapter 6. Magical Beings. Beyond the mundane creatures that inhabit Cyrodiil's forests, mountains, and waterways exist beings of an entirely different nature, entities whose very existence intertwines with magical energies and whose presence represents the manifest embodiment of mystical forces underlying Nirn's fundamental reality. These magical beings, neither fully animal nor truly Daedric, neither simple organisms nor complex sentient races, occupy unique positions within both ecological systems and the broader metaphysical structure of Tamriel, connecting the visible world to deeper mystical currents that flow beneath conventional perception. Perhaps most emblematic of these magical entities are the Spriggans, feminine nature spirits, manifesting as bark-skinned humanoids, whose bodies incorporate living wood, flowering vines, and other botanical elements into forms superficially resembling women, yet clearly transcending mere physical existence. These mysterious beings typically stand slightly taller than average humans, their slender forms creating impression of otherworldly grace despite the rough textures and organic irregularities characterizing their physical manifestations. Their skin resembles living bark, occasionally incorporating moss patches, small flowering growths, or even functioning insect habitats within recessed areas, while their eyes glow with internal luminescence, ranging from amber through vibrant green, depending on the specific forest energies they embody. Unlike conventional organisms reproducing through biological processes, Spriggans manifest through complex magical interactions between certain ancient forests and the mystical energies permeating Nirn's structure. They emerge most commonly in woodland areas, demonstrating extraordinary botanical diversity, unusual magical properties, or significant historical importance, particularly regions where ancient conflicts, powerful rituals, or prolonged worship practices have imbued the landscape with residual energies transcending normal environmental patterns. Their creation appears directly connected to the overall health of their woodland domains, with new manifestations occurring primarily during periods of exceptional forest vitality, while disappearing entirely from regions experiencing significant ecological degradation. Spriggan behavior demonstrates clear intelligence and purpose, exceeding instinctual responses, though operating according to priorities largely incomprehensible to human understanding. Their primary activities center around protection and nurturing of their woodland domains, with particularly focused attention toward areas containing exceptional biodiversity, trees of unusual age or magical significance, or locations serving as crucial nodes within their forest's metaphysical structure. This protective function manifests both through direct intervention against perceived threats and more subtle activities, including accelerated healing of damaged vegetation, guidance of animal movement patterns to prevent overgrazing in vulnerable areas, and apparent manipulation of local weather patterns to optimize growth conditions during crucial seasonal transitions. Their defensive capabilities substantially exceed what their delicate appearance might suggest to careless observers. When threatened, Spriggans demonstrate remarkable physical resilience derived from their semi-material nature, with conventional weapons inflicting minimal damage, unless enchanted or imbued with specific elemental properties, particularly effective against their unique composition. Their offensive capabilities include both direct physical attacks, surprisingly powerful despite their slender forms, and various magical abilities, including control over local vegetation, summoning of woodland creatures to their defense, and most distinctively, self-replication through creation of temporary additional Spriggan manifestations, sharing consciousness with the original entity while distributing its power across multiple forms. This replication capability creates particular challenge for those unfortunate enough to provoke Spriggan defensive responses, as seemingly successful kills often merely eliminate secondary manifestations, while the primary entity remains capable of generating additional forms until its magical reserves become temporarily depleted. Experienced woodsmen throughout Cyrodiil learn specific indicators suggesting Spriggan presence, distinctive arrangements of plants forming protective circles around significant trees, unusual concentration of certain flower species, typically associated with heightened magical energies, or specific bird calls that appear with suspicious regularity near their domains, and teach careful avoidance rather than confrontation regardless of apparent combat capabilities or immediate objectives within potentially protected territories. The relationship between Spriggans and conventional woodland creatures reveals additional aspects of their unique nature. Most forest animals demonstrate unusual behaviors in Spriggan presence, showing neither the fear typical of predator encounters nor the indifference often displayed toward non-threatening entities. Instead, many species actively acknowledge Spriggan presence through specific vocalizations, approach and departure patterns, apparently communicating information about surrounding territories, or even direct cooperation during activities benefiting forest health, such as seed distribution or removal of diseased materials, threatening broader ecosystem stability. This cross-species communication suggests perceptual capabilities transcending conventional sensory modalities, with Spriggans apparently able to transmit intentions and receive information through mechanisms unavailable to normal biological organisms, despite operating effectively across diverse species with otherwise incompatible communication systems. During the Oblivion crisis, Spriggans demonstrated particularly interesting responses to Daedric incursion, with documented cases of normally solitary entities coordinating defense activities across substantial territories when Oblivion gates threatened significant forest regions. This unprecedented cooperation included observed information sharing between previously independent Spriggans, coordinated protection of specific forest areas, demonstrating particular magical significance, and in several remarkable instances, direct opposition against smaller Daedric entities through coordinated group attacks, utilizing their combined magical capabilities to overcome individually superior opponents. These behaviors suggest either previously unrecognized capacity for collective action when facing existential threats, possibly activation of latent capabilities, normally unnecessary during conventional environmental challenges, aspects of their nature that return to dormancy after the crisis conclusion, but potentially remain accessible should similar threats emerge in future circumstances. Sharing certain forest domains with Spriggans, yet representing entirely different magical manifestation, are the will-o'-wisps, floating orbs of magical light, whose ethereal existence embodies transformation of life energy into pure magical manifestation. These ghostly illuminations typically appear as softly glowing spheres, ranging from apple-sized through occasionally massive manifestations exceeding 3 feet in diameter, their coloration varying from pale blue-white through vibrant purple or green, depending on the specific magical energies predominating in their manifestation environment. Their movement patterns include both gentle drifting, seemingly subject to air currents, despite their insubstantial nature, and sudden, purposeful acceleration, suggesting conscious direction rather than physical response to environmental forces. Will-o'-wisps represent perhaps the most purely magical beings regularly encountered in Cyrodiil, their existence comprising concentrated magical energies without conventional physical substrate beyond the visible luminescence marking their presence. Magical scholars generally classify them as manifestations of transformation energies, specifically the transition between living essence and pure magicka that occurs when certain deaths transpire in locations with unusual magical properties. This origin explains their predominance in environments combining high mortality rates with magical significance. Ancient battlefields where numerous deaths occurred during periods of significant magical activity, burial grounds established on naturally occurring magical convergence points, or swamplands where specific mineral combinations in soil and water create natural energy collection properties that capture and transform the essence released during countless small deaths occurring continuously within these biologically productive yet hazardous environments. The behavior patterns demonstrated by will-o'-wisps remain incompletely understood despite centuries of observation and study by successive generations of magical researchers. Most commonly, they maintain relatively aimless movement within confined territories, their wandering patterns occasionally suggesting boundary recognition, but lacking obvious purpose beyond general responsiveness to magical fluctuations within their environment. When potential prey or magical practitioners enter their territories, however, many wisps demonstrate clearly purposeful behavior, including approach patterns apparently designed to draw targets deeper into hazardous environments, coordinated movements with other nearby wisps, suggesting rudimentary communication capabilities, and specific positioning, optimizing energy absorption should targets expire within range of their essence collecting capabilities. This apparent predatory behavior generates considerable debate regarding whether wisps possess true consciousness or merely demonstrate magical equivalence to biological tropisms, automatic responses to specific stimuli without genuine awareness or intentionality. Their occasional manifestation of seemingly intelligent tactics, including deceptive retreat and ambush sequences, or cooperation with other wisps to surround particularly valuable targets, suggests capabilities exceeding mere magical automation, while their inability to adapt to novel countermeasures and tendency to continue programmatic behavior patterns, even when clearly ineffective against prepared opponents, indicates significant limitations compared to truly sentient entities capable of genuine learning and strategic adaptation. The danger wisps present to travelers stems primarily from their drain life capabilities, ability to extract life essence directly from living beings through sustained proximity rather than conventional physical damage mechanisms. This energy extraction manifests as progressive weakness, disorientation, and eventually unconsciousness, if exposure continues unabated, with death resulting once sufficient life energy transfers from victim to wisp through process, apparently strengthening the magical entity, while metabolic functions fail in biological organisms experiencing critical energy depletion. Particularly powerful wisps sometimes demonstrate additional offensive capabilities, including electrical discharges, cold-based damage, apparently representing accelerated entropy effects, or even direct magical attacks, temporarily paralyzing victims to prevent escape during extended energy extraction sequences. Defending against wisp attacks requires specialized knowledge beyond conventional combat techniques, effective against physical opponents. Their incorporeal nature renders physical weapons largely ineffective unless enhanced with specific magical properties, with shock effects providing generally reliable damage mechanism through disruption of their fragile energy patterns. Magical countermeasures prove substantially more effective, particularly those involving manipulation of similar energy types through restoration magic, temporarily reversing their extraction capabilities, or destruction effects, specifically targeting their particular energy composition. Experienced travelers in regions known for wisp activity typically carry specialized protective amulets, scrolls containing targeted dispersion effects, or in particularly dangerous areas, companion soul gems configured to absorb released energies should wisps be successfully dispersed through offensive countermeasures. The post-crisis period revealed fascinating developments regarding wisp populations throughout Cyrodiil, with substantial increases observed in regions experiencing significant mortality during Daedric incursions, followed by unexpected manifestation behaviors, including formation of complex energy lattices, connecting multiple wisps into apparently cooperative networks, development of novel coloration patterns, potentially indicating absorption of Daedric energies released during banishment events, and establishment of new territories in locations previously unsuitable for wisp manifestation, but apparently transformed through residual magical effects following Oblivion Gate closure. These observations suggest potential evolution in wisp properties resulting from exposure to Daedric energies, creating ongoing research opportunities for magical scholars studying interplay between Nirn's native magical systems and external energy patterns temporarily introduced during planar convergence events, occupying different metaphysical classification, yet demonstrating similarly magical existence. Unicorns represent perhaps the most physically substantial magical beings regularly encountered within Cyrodiil's wilderness areas. These magnificent creatures superficially resemble white horses of exceptional quality, their powerful bodies standing approximately 17 hands high at shoulder with proportions suggesting both strength and extraordinary speed capabilities. Their defining characteristic, the spiraling horn extending approximately 2 feet from center forehead, consists of opalescent material, unlike any conventional biological structure, its composition apparently incorporating crystallized magical energies into physical form, demonstrating properties intermediate between organic tissue and magical manifestation. Unlike spriggans or wisps, emerging directly from magical processes, unicorns reproduce biologically through conventional mating behaviors, though with extremely limited fertility resulting in population stability, despite their remarkable longevity, often exceeding 2 centuries for healthy individuals. Their foals demonstrate all magical characteristics present in mature specimens from birth, suggesting genetic transmission of their metaphysical properties, rather than gradual acquisition through environmental exposure or developmental processes requiring maturation to complete. This biological reproduction, combined with innate magical nature, places unicorns in unique classificatory position between conventional animals and purely magical entities, physical beings, whose existence nonetheless incorporates essential magical elements impossible to separate from their fundamental nature. The magical capabilities demonstrated by mature unicorns include several consistently documented properties, alongside occasional manifestations apparently unique to specific individuals or family groups. Most reliably, their horns demonstrate remarkable purification properties, capable of neutralizing most known poisons or toxins through simple contact with contaminated substances, property historically exploited through creation of drinking vessels supposedly crafted from unicorn horn, though genuine examples remain exceedingly rare due to both the creature's scarcity and the ethical implications of harvesting materials from beings widely recognized as possessing intelligence comparable to horses, yet additionally demonstrating apparent self-awareness exceeding conventional animal consciousness. Beyond these purification properties, many unicorns demonstrate healing capabilities, particularly effective against magical afflictions or injuries inflicted by enchanted weapons, with documented cases of seemingly fatal wounds experiencing extraordinary recovery following unicorn intervention through processes combining conventional tissue regeneration with magical acceleration effects impossible through either standard healing techniques or restoration magic operating independently. Some individuals additionally manifest protective capabilities, creating temporary warding effects against certain magical attack forms, environmental hazards, including fires or electrical discharges, or even specific Daedric influences attempting to affect creatures under their protection. These protective instincts extend beyond self-preservation to include defense of territories unicorns apparently consider under their guardianship, with particular attention toward landscapes demonstrating exceptional natural beauty, unusual plant or animal diversity, or specific magical properties possibly perceptible to unicorns through senses unavailable to conventional beings. This territorial behavior typically manifests not through aggressive confrontation, but rather subtle influence, guiding potential threats away from protected areas through mechanisms possibly including mild compulsion effects, environmental manipulation, redirecting attention toward alternative directions, or in cases involving genuinely malevolent intruders, illusion effects, concealing locations unicorns deem particularly worthy of protection from those lacking appropriate appreciation for their intrinsic value, or demonstrating intentions potentially harmful to their continued preservation. Human-unicorn interactions throughout Cyrodiilic history reflect complex relationship, balancing reverence against occasional exploitation by those valuing their magical properties above ethical considerations regarding their treatment. Most historical accounts describe unicorns demonstrating cautious neutrality toward human presence, neither seeking interaction nor demonstrating immediate flight response, typical of conventional prey animals encountering potential predator species. Their approach avoidance behaviors apparently incorporate evaluation processes, assessing both immediate intentions and broader ethical character, with documented cases of unicorns approaching certain individuals, typically those demonstrating exceptional compassion, integrity, or specific magical sensitivities, while actively avoiding others, despite superficially identical external behaviors during attempted encounters. This apparent character assessment capability generated numerous traditions regarding unicorn encounters, representing validation of personal virtue, with various cultural narratives suggesting only the pure of heart, or specifically individuals maintaining certain forms of ritual purity, might successfully approach these discerning beings. While obviously oversimplified, these traditions contain kernel of observational truth, regarding unicorns demonstrated preference for individuals whose behavior patterns, magical aura characteristics, or possibly even thought patterns detectable through unknown sensory mechanisms, align with values apparently including respect for natural environments, balanced appreciation for both physical and spiritual aspects of existence, and fundamental harmony with Nirn's underlying magical currents, rather than attempt to dominate or exploit them through coercive methodologies. The Oblivion crisis created particularly significant challenges for unicorn populations throughout Cyrodiil, as their natural magical attunement created heightened sensitivity to the fundamental wrongness represented by Daedric energy patterns violating normal planar boundaries. Most unicorns apparently detected Oblivion gates before actual manifestation occurred, with observed behavior changes including agitation, territorial abandonment, or attempts to lead other creatures away from impending manifestation locations, hours or even days before visible effects appeared. When gates actually opened, unicorns in immediate vicinity often suffered physical symptoms including disorientation, apparent pain responses, and in several documented cases, actual physical deterioration through processes resembling accelerated aging or energy depletion, suggesting fundamental incompatibility between their innate magical nature and the invasive energies permeating surrounding environments during cross-planar convergence events. Despite these vulnerabilities, several accounts describe unicorns demonstrating remarkable opposition to Daedric incursion through unique countermeasures unavailable to other entities. Their horns apparently generate neutralizing effects against certain Daedric energies, with documented cases of unicorns deliberately approaching smaller Oblivion manifestations and apparently reducing their stability through proximity effects, disrupting the connection between planes. In at least 2 remarkable instances, groups of 3 or more unicorns were observed performing coordinated movements around minor Oblivion gates, their combined influence eventually collapsing the planar connection through mechanisms completely distinct from the physical sigil stone removal method discovered by conventional magical researchers, suggesting alternative countermeasure possibilities, unfortunately rendered largely theoretical by the creature's rarity and the difficulty of incorporating their unique capabilities into reproducible methodologies applicable by non-unicorn entities. The nymphs or nereids represent another category of magical being occasionally encountered in Cyrodiil's more remote regions, particularly around pristine water sources or unusually vibrant forest groves. These ethereally beautiful female-appearing entities embody the vital essence of their specific natural domains, their existence representing personification of environmental forces rather than conventional biological life. Their physical appearance typically reflects idealized feminine form with distinctive colorations and subtle non-human characteristics specific to their particular domain. Water nymphs with subtle scale patterns and hair resembling flowing water. Forest nymphs incorporating leaf-like elements into their skin texture and hair resembling living vines or flowing branches. Unlike spriggans, whose manifestation directly connects to forest health and protection functions, nymphs appear to embody more abstract environmental principles, including fertility, transformation, and the perpetual cycles of natural renewal. Their behavior demonstrates both intelligence exceeding conventional animals and apparently deliberate inscrutability regarding human observers, with most encounters characterized by brief observation opportunities before the entities retreat through methods, often incorporating magical concealment or transformation effects, rendering pursuit impossible regardless of observer determination or tracking capabilities. The imps of Cyrodiil present fascinating example of magical beings functioning primarily as minor tricksters rather than entities demonstrating either protective functions, like spriggans, or actively predatory behaviors, like wisps. These small humanoid creatures, typically standing barely 2 feet tall with disproportionately large heads, pointed ears, and frequently blue or green skin tones, demonstrate limited, but nonetheless genuine magical capabilities, primarily focused on minor illusion effects, teleportation across short distances, and occasional small-scale elemental manifestations, particularly involving fire or electricity. Their intelligence appears comparable to particularly clever animals, with addition of mischievous intentionality and apparent enjoyment derived from confounding or startling human travelers through predominantly harmless, but occasionally genuinely inconvenient, practical jokes or misleading environmental manipulations. Unlike many magical beings maintaining deliberate separation from human territories, imps frequently establish domains near traveled routes or even within periphery of settled areas, apparently drawing satisfaction from regular opportunities to practice their disruptive behaviors on predictable targets moving through their territories according to reliable schedules. While rarely presenting genuine danger beyond potential minor injuries resulting from foes or momentary panic responses to their manifestations, extensive imperial legislation nonetheless targets impish nuisance activities, with specified fines and occasional banishment authorizations when particular individuals or groups demonstrate escalating patterns potentially requiring magical intervention beyond standard remediation approaches, typically effective for minor cases. Among the most mysterious magical entities occasionally reported in Cyrodiil's wilderness areas are the rarely observed, but consistently described guardian spirits, apparently associated with specific ancient ruins, sacred groves, or locations demonstrating unusual metaphysical properties without clear historical explanation. These manifestations, variously described as luminous humanoid figures, partially translucent animals of unusual size or coloration, or occasionally amorphous light formations demonstrating clearly intelligent movement patterns, typically appear only when their specific territories face genuine threat from either human activities or natural forces potentially damaging structures or environments apparently under their protection. Unlike most magical beings, demonstrating either consistent manifestation patterns or at minimum regular territorial presence, even without direct observer interaction. These guardian entities appear exclusively during genuine crisis situations affecting their domains, with documented cases including spontaneous appearance during forest fires, threatening ancient standing stones, manifestation before treasure hunters, attempting excavation of previously undisturbed burial sites, or intervention during severe weather events, potentially damaging uniquely significant natural formations, apparently containing magical properties, invisible to conventional observation, but potentially detectable through methodologies available to these specialized protective entities. For travelers in modern Cyrodiil, encounters with magical beings represent genuinely meaningful experiences, potentially transcending mere observation of natural curiosities or conventional wildlife, regardless of their particular physical impressiveness or behavioral complexity. Entities, through their very existence, bridging conventional material reality and the underlying magical currents that simultaneously sustain and transcend mundane existence, create opportunities for genuine connection with aspects of Nirn's fundamental nature, normally invisible to conventional perception, regardless of attentiveness or observational sophistication applied through standard sensory modalities. In these enigmatic creatures, the protective spriggans, tending their woodland domains, with dedication transcending mere instinct, the ethereal wisps embodying transformation between physical existence and magical energy, the majestic unicorns representing perfect integration of biological form with magical essence, the mysterious nymphs personifying abstract environmental principles through semi-material manifestation, the mischievous imps expressing magical creativity through playful interaction, or the guardian spirits protecting ancient sites through methods transcending conventional understanding. We glimpse aspects of reality typically hidden beneath mundane appearances, yet occasionally revealing themselves to fortunate observers capable of recognizing significance beyond immediate sensory impressions. As we prepare to explore even more exotic entities in our next chapter, focusing on Daedric beings whose fundamental nature originates entirely outside Nirn's reality, remember that these magical creatures, entities native to our world, yet transcending conventional materiality through their inherent connection to magical principles underlying physical existence, represent essential bridge between mundane reality and metaphysical foundation upon which all existence ultimately rests. In their enigmatic presence, occasionally revealed to fortunate travelers prepared to recognize significance beyond conventional appearance, we discover invitation to deeper understanding regarding reality's true nature, extending far beyond simple materiality, despite its predominance in everyday experience, throughout ordinary perception, regardless of attentiveness, applied through conventional observational modalities. Chapter 7: Daedric Entities. Beyond the natural wildlife and magical beings native to Nirn itself, exist creatures of entirely different origin, entities whose fundamental nature derives not from Mundus, but from the various planes of Oblivion. These Daedric beings, manifestations of otherworldly power, temporarily assuming physical form within mortal reality, represent perhaps the most dangerous and certainly the most metaphysically complex creatures encountered throughout Cyrodiil, particularly during the extraordinary planar convergence events that characterized the Oblivion crisis near the Third Era's conclusion. Unlike Nirn native entities, evolving through natural processes within Mundus, Daedric creatures represent direct extensions of their respective prince's will and essential nature, their physical forms merely temporary manifestations, allowing function within material reality rather than true bodies in the conventional biological sense. This fundamental difference creates beings operating according to principles entirely distinct from natural life, entities requiring no sustenance beyond the metaphysical connection to their home plane, experiencing no true mortality when their physical forms suffer destruction, and demonstrating capabilities impossible for naturally evolved organisms regardless of adaptation duration or selection pressure intensity. The most commonly encountered Daedric entities throughout Cyrodiil's history have been those associated with summoning practices, creatures temporarily called into mortal reality through specific conjuration rituals performed by magical practitioners seeking servants, guardians, or combat assistance beyond capabilities available through conventional means. These controlled manifestations typically produce lesser Daedric forms, including scamps, clanfear, or occasionally Dremora, when performed by particularly skilled conjurers, with the summoned entities remaining anchored to Mundus only for limited duration, or until banished through either magical countermeasures or sufficient damage to their temporary physical forms. Scamps represent perhaps the most frequently summoned lesser Daedric entity. Their relatively simple manifestation requirements making them accessible to even modestly skilled conjurers, while their limited power presents minimal containment challenges during controlled summoning operations. These diminutive humanoids, typically standing approximately 4 feet tall with slender limbs, elongated heads, and distinctive pointed ears, possess rudimentary intelligence, allowing comprehension of simple commands while lacking initiative or strategic thinking capabilities that might present control challenges for summoners. Their physical capabilities include moderate strength, exceeding human pound-for-pound performance, despite their small stature, natural flame resistance, making them useful for hazardous environment operations involving fire exposure and innate fire manipulation, allowing both offensive applications and practical utility for tasks requiring controlled burning or heat application beyond conventional tool capabilities. More formidable in both physical capability and control challenge level, Clanfear manifestations create reptilian predator analogues combining characteristics reminiscent of terrestrial creatures into distinctive form unique to Daedric reality. Their powerful hind legs support bipedal movement capability with remarkable speed and leaping performance, while forelimbs terminated in razor-sharp claws provide both effective weapons and environmental manipulation abilities exceeding most natural predators of comparable size. Most distinctive is their cranial structure, with armored crest extending backward from skull, providing both defensive advantage during forward charges and species identification characteristic immediately recognizable by experienced conjurers or unfortunate victims encountering uncontrolled specimens during planar convergence events. The intelligence demonstrated by Clanfear exceeds simple predatory instinct while falling short of self-aware sentience, creating entities capable of understanding complex command structures, adapting tactical approaches based on environmental conditions or target capabilities, and even demonstrating rudimentary problem-solving abilities when confronting obstacles, preventing direct approach toward objectives. This enhanced capability provides significant advantage for summoners requiring more sophisticated service than simple scamps can provide, while simultaneously creating greater control challenges necessitating more complex binding components within summoning rituals to prevent autonomous action beyond specifically authorized parameters. Representing quantum advancement in both capability and control challenge, Dremora manifestations create humanoid Daedric entities possessing true sentience, sophisticated tactical understanding, and complex motivational structures requiring careful management through precisely formulated summoning parameters. These imposing figures, typically standing slightly taller than average humans with distinctively armored appearances regardless of specific manifestation type, represent the primary sentient servitor class within Marunsdagon's hierarchical structure. Those similar entities serve various princes throughout Oblivion's diverse realms with appropriate appearance and capability modifications reflecting their respective masters' essential nature and functional requirements. Unlike lesser Daedric entities, manifesting primarily physical capabilities with minimal intelligence directing their application, Dremora possess comprehensive understanding regarding both their capabilities and the circumstances surrounding their summoning, creating entities capable of interpreting command structures beyond literal parameters to identify summoner intent, capability simultaneously enhancing their service value while creating potential exploitation opportunities should binding constraints prove insufficiently comprehensive or contain logical inconsistencies susceptible to creative interpretation. Their intelligence includes linguistic capabilities, allowing communication in multiple languages, including various human tongues, alongside their native Daedric language, sophisticated strategic assessment abilities, allowing independent tactical adjustments without requiring specific instruction, and even limited magical capabilities, varying between individuals, but typically including destructive effect manipulation, particularly focused on fire elemental expressions. The hierarchical organization within Dremora society creates additional complexity for summoning operations, as different ranks possess varying capabilities, responsibilities, and status-appropriate behavioral patterns that manifest even during temporary service to mortal summoners. Commonly encountered ranks include Chos representing basic warrior class with primarily physical combat capabilities, Caitiffs demonstrating enhanced combat prowess alongside rudimentary magical abilities, Chinvals functioning as squad leaders with both combat expertise and command capabilities, Kinreeves serving as battlefield officers coordinating multiple subordinate units, and rarely Kinmarchers representing senior leadership with extensive combat magical and command capabilities, making them simultaneously most valuable potential servants and most dangerous control risks for all but the most skilled conjurers attempting their manifestation. Beyond these relatively controlled manifestations achieved through deliberate summoning procedures, the Oblivion Crisis created unprecedented situation wherein Daedric entities entered Mundus without conventional summoning constraints through Oblivion gates, physical connections between planes, allowing direct passage rather than the temporary manifestation characteristic of normal conjuration practices. This fundamental difference produced entities retaining full connection to their native power sources while operating with complete autonomy, rather than the constraint parameters built into standard summoning procedures, creating invasion force, combining physical capabilities exceeding most mortal opponents, with tactical coordination unavailable to non-sentient natural predators, regardless of their individual capabilities. The Daedric forces, emerging through Oblivion gates, demonstrated clear hierarchical organization, reflecting military operational structure rather than random manifestation, with specific entity types fulfilling specialized tactical roles within overall strategic framework directed towards systematic territorial acquisition rather than merely chaotic destruction. Lesser entities including Scamps and Clanfear typically formed advanced scouting units, locating strategic objectives or identifying defensive vulnerabilities, while more formidable combat specialists, including various Dremora ranks, formed main assault forces, targeting identified objectives, with coordinated tactical approaches, rarely observed in previous Daedric incursions, limited to individual summoning events or small-scale cult activities. Beyond these relatively familiar entity types previously encountered through controlled summoning operations, the Oblivion Gates permitted passage for specialized Daedric forms, rarely seen in Mundus before the crisis, each adapted for specific functions within invasion operations, rather than the general utility prioritized in entities commonly targeted for conventional summoning utility. Spider Daedra, massive arachnoid entities combining 8-limbed lower bodies with humanoid torsos, provided specialized enforcement capabilities dealing with particularly difficult objectives, while simultaneously serving psychological warfare function through their inherently disturbing appearance, triggering instinctive fear responses among many mammalian defenders, regardless of their intellectual preparation. combat experience levels. Similarly specialized for particular operational requirements, Daedroth manifestations created crocodilian combat units combining massive physical strength with natural armor protection, exceeding conventional Dremora capabilities, allowing concentrated assault against hardened defensive positions or particularly formidable individual defenders requiring overwhelming force application rather than tactical sophistication for successful neutralization. Their limited intelligence compared to Dremora was offset by straightforward, tactical requirements aligned with their natural capabilities, creating effective assault units requiring minimal command oversight once properly directed toward appropriate objectives suited to their particular specialization parameters. At opposite end of the specialization spectrum, Cyrodiil manifestations created elite operational units, combining exceptional physical capabilities with sophisticated magical application, potential exceeding even higher Dremora ranks. These imposing entities, standing 7 feet or taller with distinctive horns and disproportionately muscular physiques, functioned essentially as special forces units deployed against particularly significant objectives, requiring both raw power and sophisticated tactical approaches beyond capabilities available through conventional assault units. Regardless of numerical advantage, their intelligence and initiative allowed independent operation without continuous command oversight, while their individualistic nature sometimes created coordination challenges when multiple Cyrodiil operated within shared operational theater, despite theoretical shared objectives derived from their common ultimate allegiance to Merin's Dagon's overarching invasion strategy. Beyond these various combat-oriented manifestations, numerous specialized Daedric entities fulfilled support functions within the invasion framework, creating comprehensive military operation rather than merely concentrated combat force. Flametronics, humanoid manifestations composed entirely of living fire within rudimentary exoskeletal structures, provided both area denial capabilities through their inherent environmental effects and specialized assault options against targets particularly vulnerable to thermal damage effects, including both combustible structural components and organic defenders lacking appropriate protection against concentrated thermal transfer attacks. Their limited intelligence restricted their utility to straightforward objectives aligned with their specialized capabilities, but their unique composition provided operational advantages unavailable through conventional combat units, regardless of their general capability levels. The invasion strategy, implemented through these diverse Daedric manifestations, demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding both Mundus operational environment limitations and defender capability assessment, with entity deployment patterns clearly reflecting deliberate matching between specialized capabilities and specific objective requirements, rather than merely maximizing raw numeric force distribution across available theaters. This strategic sophistication, combined with the entity's inherent capabilities, exceeding conventional opposition options available through normal defensive preparation against natural threats, created unprecedented challenge, requiring development of entirely new countermeasure approaches during ongoing crisis conditions, rather than implementation of pre-established response protocols developed through historical experience with lesser manifestation events. The fundamental nature of these Daedric entities creates beings simultaneously physical enough for conventional interaction within Mundus, while remaining metaphysically distinct from native entities evolved within natural laws governing normal material existence. This hybrid status generates several distinctive characteristics, immediately apparent during interaction, regardless of specific entity type involved in particular manifestation event. Most notably, all Daedric entities maintain connection to their native plane, providing continuous energy sustenance without requiring conventional biological support processes like respiration, nutrition, or rest cycles necessary for Mundus native organisms, regardless of their specific type or capability level. This connection creates beings capable of continuous operation without performance degradation through fatigue mechanisms that limit even the most formidable natural predators during extended engagement scenarios. Similarly significant for combat interaction assessment, Daedric manifestations experience physical damage differently from natural organisms, with their temporary forms functioning essentially as controlled materialization shells rather than true bodies containing vital systems, vulnerable to specific targeting approaches, effective against conventional opponents. While sufficient physical damage eventually disrupts manifestation integrity, requiring energy redistribution through apparent death and reformation within native Oblivion environment, the process follows patterns distinct from true mortality experienced by natural organisms. This difference creates combat situations where conventional tactical approaches developed against natural opponents often prove suboptimally effective, regardless of implementation quality or numerical advantage deployed against Daedric manifestations. For Cyrodiil's inhabitants experiencing direct Daedric entity encounters during the Oblivion crisis, these metaphysical distinctions created practical combat challenges requiring fundamental tactical reassessment rather than merely intensified application of conventional defense methodologies. The entity's immunity to fear, pain, fatigue, and psychological manipulation, approaches effective against natural predators, necessitated development of purely mechanical neutralization methodologies, focusing on manifestation disruption through overwhelming physical damage application or specific magical countermeasures, targeting the metaphysical connection, sustaining their materialization, rather than attempting conventional incapacitation approaches, effective against natural opponents of similar apparent physical composition. This requirement generated rapid adaptation among successful defensive operations, with effective approaches focusing on manifestation disruption rather than conventional defeat mechanisms that would merely incapacitate natural opponents without achieving permanent neutralization effects against Daedric entities capable of continuous operation despite damage levels that would prove incapacitating or fatal for materially similar natural organisms. The most effective methodologies combined physical damage sufficient for temporary manifestation disruption with specific magical countermeasures, preventing immediate remanifestation, creating defensive approaches that acknowledge the entity's fundamental metaphysical distinctions, rather than treating them merely as unusually capable conventional opponents susceptible to traditional neutralization methodologies. Beyond tactical considerations regarding individual entity engagement parameters, the Oblivion crisis created strategic challenges stemming from the fundamental nature of Daedric materialization dynamics within Mundus. Unlike conventional invasion forces requiring logistical support, reinforcement limitations, and recuperation periods between engagement sequences, the continuous manifestation capabilities provided through Oblivion gates created effectively unlimited operational sustainment potential, requiring countermeasure approaches targeting the manifestation mechanism itself rather than merely engaging individual entities regardless of tactical effectiveness during specific encounter events. This strategic reality generated the eventually successful countermeasure approach, focusing on Oblivion gate closure through sigil stone removal rather than attempting comprehensive entity neutralization across affected territories. Recognition that addressing fundamental manifestation mechanism provided only viable strategic response, given the effectively unlimited materialization potential available through unconstrained planar connection points, regardless of tactical success levels achieved against already manifested entities during individual engagement sequences. This approach demonstrated sophisticated understanding regarding the metaphysical realities underlying the invasion, while acknowledging practical limitations, preventing comprehensive neutralization through conventional attrition methodologies, regardless of resource commitment levels allocated toward individual entity engagement operations. In the aftermath of the Oblivion crisis, following Martin Septim's sacrifice and the establishment of permanent barriers preventing large-scale Daedric manifestation without specific summoning procedures, Cyrodiil's relationship with Daedric entities returned primarily to controlled conjuration practices rather than unconstrained invasive materialization events. However, certain regions, particularly areas experiencing prolonged or intensive gate activity during the crisis, continue demonstrating residual effects, allowing occasional spontaneous manifestations without deliberate summoning procedures, creating persistent hazard zones, requiring specialized monitoring protocols and response capabilities beyond normal wilderness safety measures appropriate for conventional predator management operations in otherwise similar territorial classifications. These residual manifestation zones typically demonstrate distinctive environmental characteristics, alerting experienced observers to their anomalous metaphysical properties. Vegetation often exhibits unusual growth patterns, coloration variations, or structural modifications, reflecting continued low-level exposure to alien energetic influences incompatible with normal biological development parameters. Weather patterns frequently demonstrate inexplicable anomalies, including localized temperature variations, contradicting surrounding environmental conditions, precipitation manifestations occurring despite absence of normal meteorological prerequisites, or unusual atmospheric phenomena such as distinctive cloud formations, air quality variations, or light refraction effects visible during specific temporal windows, correlating with heightened manifestation probability cycles. For travelers in modern Cyrodiil, encounters with Daedric entities through spontaneous manifestation remain exceptionally rare outside these specifically identified anomalous zones, with overwhelming majority of potential interaction opportunities occurring solely through either deliberate summoning operations conducted by qualified conjurers or occasional cult activities attempting increasingly regulated ritual materialization procedures despite imperial prohibition against unsanctioned communion with specific Daedric princes deemed particularly contrary to public welfare considerations. The specialized knowledge required for successful manifestation procedures, combined with both natural metaphysical barriers enhanced through Martin Septim's sacrifice and active suppression efforts targeting unauthorized summoning operations, to create an environment where random Daedric encounters represent extremely improbable event sequences outside specifically designated risk territories, maintained under appropriate monitoring protocols. Should such encounters occur despite these multiple limitation layers, knowledgeable travelers understand certain fundamental response protocols, maximizing survival probability regardless of specific entity type involved in particular manifestation event. Distance maintenance represents primary strategy whenever possible, as most Daedric entities demonstrate territory-limited manifestation parameters preventing pursuit beyond specific metaphysical boundaries determined by energetic factors, invisible to conventional perception but nonetheless defining operational limitation parameters for materialized entities. When direct confrontation proves unavoidable, focus on immediate manifestation disruption through concentrated damage application rather than conventional incapacitation approaches provides optimal neutralization probability, with specific targeting approaches varying between entity types, but generally prioritizing overwhelming application to limited target areas rather than distributed effect patterns that would optimize effectiveness against natural opponents with conventional vulnerability distributions. For those with appropriate magical capabilities or specialized equipment access, banishment effects, targeting the manifestation's metaphysical connection rather than its materialized physical form, provide most efficient neutralization methodology, though such approaches require both specific preparation, unavailable through improvisation during unexpected encounter scenarios, and capability levels exceeding average traveler resource availability, regardless of general preparation quality. When such specialized countermeasures prove unavailable, conventional physical disruption approaches remain viable, though suboptimal, with effectiveness levels determined primarily by manifestation type, materialization stability parameters, and specific implementation quality, rather than general strategic validity within the fundamental approach category. Beyond specific combat engagement considerations, general Daedric encounter survival probability increases substantially through comprehensive environmental awareness, maintaining consistent attention toward potential manifestation indicators, unexplained animal behavior patterns, including simultaneous flight responses from multiple species without apparent environmental cause, unusual atmospheric effects appearing without normal meteorological antecedents, or inexplicable sensory anomalies involving temperature, sound, or light, patterns contradicting natural environmental conditions all provide early warning indicators, allowing preemptive withdrawal from potential manifestation zones before actual entity materialization reaches interaction threshold, requiring direct engagement response, regardless of preparation level or capability parameters. Imperial authorities maintain specialized response units, specifically equipped and trained for Daedric manifestation neutralization activities, with rapid deployment protocols activated through standardized reporting mechanisms available to all provincial residents. Travelers encountering unusual phenomena potentially indicating Daedric manifestation should immediately withdraw from affected territory, while noting specific location coordinates and observable anomaly characteristics, creating maximum information availability for professional response personnel whose specialized training and equipment provides operational effectiveness exceeding conventional traveler capabilities, regardless of individual preparation levels or personal combat experience within normal non-Daedric engagement parameters. As we conclude our exploration of these otherworldly entities, beings whose fundamental nature transcends conventional classification systems through their metaphysical distinctiveness from mundus native life forms, regardless of apparent physical similarities during materialization events, we recognize these Daedric manifestations represent perhaps the most profound example of Cyrodiil's complex reality, extending far beyond superficial understanding available through casual observation or simplified explanatory frameworks. In their existence simultaneously within and beyond conventional physical parameters, they remind us that reality encompasses far more than merely material components accessible through ordinary perception, with metaphysical connections between planes of existence, creating possibility spaces extending beyond comfortable comprehension, regardless of intellectual preparation or conceptual flexibility. For Cyrodiil's inhabitants, who experienced the Oblivion crisis directly, this reality transformed from abstract theological concept into immediate existential concern as barriers between planes temporarily weakened, allowing otherworldly entities direct access to mundane reality without conventional manifestation limitations or summoning constraints. Though Martin Septim's sacrifice restored these protective boundaries with apparently permanent reinforcement characteristics, preventing recurrence of similarly large-scale incursion events, the memory of Daedric manifestation remains embedded within provincial consciousness as reminder that comfortable assumptions regarding reality's stable structure represent convenience rather than fundamental truth, perspective simultaneously humbling and enlightening regardless of specific theological framework through which individuals conceptualize their relationship with existence's deeper metaphysical foundations. Chapter 8. Rare and Mythical Creatures. Throughout Cyrodiil's long history, certain creatures have attained an almost legendary status, beings whose rare appearances, extraordinary capabilities, or ancient origins have elevated them beyond the common understanding of the province's wildlife. Unlike the completely fictitious beasts of tavern tales, these rare and mythical creatures do indeed exist, though encounters remain so uncommon that many citizens may live their entire lives without witnessing one. In this final chapter, we explore these exceptional beings, creatures that blur the line between documented reality and myth, yet have been verified by sufficient reliable accounts to confirm their existence within Tamriel's complex ecosystem. Perhaps the most iconic of these rare beings is the Minotaur, massive, bull-headed humanoids, whose origins continue to generate scholarly debate despite centuries of documented encounters. Standing 7 to 8 feet tall when fully mature, these imposing creatures combine bovine and humanoid characteristics into a form of remarkable strength and surprising intelligence. Their upper bodies demonstrate predominantly human musculature and proportions, while their heads appear entirely bovine with massive horns that continue growing throughout their lives, creating impressive crowns that sometimes span 6 feet across on the oldest specimens. The origin of minotaurs remains a subject of considerable academic controversy despite extensive historical research. The prevailing theory suggests connection to Emperor Belhazzar the Man-Bull, allegedly half Alessian, half Minotaur ruler who succeeded Alessia in the First Era, and his followers who potentially underwent transformation through unknown magical means or divine intervention. Alternative explanations propose either naturally evolved species whose physical similarities to both humans and cattle represent evolutionary convergence rather than direct relationship, or possibly divine creation during mythic times when the boundaries between mortals and the natural world remained more fluid than in current era. Regardless of their origins, minotaurs demonstrate clear signs of intelligence far exceeding conventional animals. Though falling short of fully sentient races, they construct primitive shelters, utilizing natural materials with basic but effective architecture beyond mere instinctual nest building, create and use rudimentary tools, including flint weapons and wooden implements, and maintain simple cultural traditions, including burial practices and territorial markers, with apparent symbolic meaning beyond mere practical communication. These behaviors, while primitive compared to even the least technologically advanced sentient races, clearly transcend animal cognition into realms suggesting at minimum proto-sentience with cultural transmission capabilities. Minotaur social organization typically centers around small family groups consisting of dominant male, several females, and their offspring, though larger aggregations occasionally form around particularly powerful leaders or in territories with exceptionally abundant resources. These family units establish well-defined territories marked through distinctive arrangements of stones, bones, and preserved skulls, particularly bull skulls, creating boundary indicators that knowledgeable travelers learn to recognize as warning signs deserving immediate respect through either detour or extremely cautious passage, depending on specific circumstances and available alternative routes. Human-Minotaur interactions have remained predominantly hostile throughout recorded history, with territorial defense representing primary conflict motivation from Minotaur perspective, rather than predatory targeting or resource competition characterizing many human-wildlife conflicts. Minotaurs generally avoid human contact when possible, but respond with extraordinary aggression to territorial intrusion, with documented cases of groups pursuing trespassers significant distances to ensure complete removal from claimed domains. This territorial behavior, combined with their impressive physical capabilities and rudimentary weapon use, makes them among the most dangerous non-Daedric entities travelers might encounter in Cyrodiil's wilderness, despite their relative rarity compared to more common predators like bears or mountain lions. During the Oblivion Crisis, multiple accounts describe Minotaurs actively engaging Daedric forces, threatening their territories, with documented cases of family groups coordinating effective defense against lesser Daedric entities, and occasionally even successfully repelling small Dremora units through combination of physical power and apparent tactical coordination exceeding expectations based on their generally primitive technology level and social organization. This unexpected resistance suggests cognitive capabilities potentially exceeding current classification consensus, with researchers proposing alternative frameworks, recognizing higher intelligence levels masked by cultural and technological limitations stemming from their isolated development patterns rather than inherent cognitive constraints. The post-crisis period saw significant Minotaur population redistribution throughout Cyrodiil, with many groups establishing new territories in regions experiencing human population reduction following Daedric devastation. This expansion created increased human-Minotaur contact frequency over subsequent decades as Imperial reconstruction efforts encountered established Minotaur domains in previously human-controlled territories, generating conflict cycles requiring substantial provincial resources for resolution through either containment or, more commonly, Minotaur population reduction measures, despite objections from certain academic and conservationist communities advocating coexistence approaches respecting their potential proto-sentient classification. Though considerably smaller in stature, the Landrub represents equally fearsome opponent, despite their primarily aquatic relatives receiving more extensive documentation. These terrestrial variants emerge during specific phase of the Drub life cycle, when mature specimens temporarily transform their aquatic forms through extraordinary metamorphosis process, creating predominantly land-adapted entities capable of surviving extended periods away from water environments. The resulting creatures combine crustacean and humanoid characteristics into disturbing hybrids standing approximately human height, but demonstrating radically different proportions, with elongated torsos supporting multiple jointed limbs, terminated in powerful pincers and complex manipulators, clearly evolved for underwater environments, yet functioning effectively on land, despite their alien configuration. The transformation process itself represents one of Tamriel's most remarkable biological adaptations, with aquatic drove developing terrestrial capabilities including modified respiratory systems, supporting atmospheric oxygen extraction, exoskeletal modifications, creating more effective weight support against increased gravitational stress outside buoyant water environments, and sensory adaptations compensating for fundamental differences between underwater and terrestrial perception requirements. These changes occur rapidly, typically completing within 7 to 10 days, and create temporary form, maintaining terrestrial viability for approximately 1 year, before obligatory reversion to aquatic configuration triggers equally dramatic reverse metamorphosis, returning the creature to its primary underwater existence for remainder of its life cycle. Unlike their aquatic relatives, maintaining complex social structures within underwater domains, Landro typically demonstrates solitary behavior during terrestrial phase, establishing isolated territories and avoiding contact with both other transformed specimens and conventional terrestrial organisms, except during specific hunting or reproductive activities necessitating interaction, despite apparent preference for isolation. This behavioral shift suggests fundamental psychological changes accompanying physical transformation, with social coordination capabilities apparently suppressed during terrestrial phase, despite their continuation within neural structures that resume normal function following reversion to aquatic form at transformation cycle conclusion. The hunting behavior demonstrated by Landro creates particularly dangerous encounter scenarios for travelers, despite their relative rarity, as their mixed sensory capabilities, combining conventional vision with vibration sensitivity, chemical detection mechanisms, and potentially limited magical perception capabilities, create awareness parameters unlike any native terrestrial predator, allowing detection of potential prey through unexpected mechanisms, frequently circumventing conventional stealth approaches, effective against normal hunters. Their attack methodologies similarly demonstrate hybrid characteristics, combining physical capabilities, including powerful pincer attacks, and surprising speed despite their awkward appearance, with occasional manifestation of magical abilities, including electrical discharge generation and limited control over nearby water sources, including extraction of ambient moisture from surrounding environment to create localized humidity modifications, enhancing their combat effectiveness. Extremely rare but definitively confirmed through multiple reliable accounts, the Guardians of Bravil represent unique entities whose existence demonstrates principles transcending conventional biological understanding despite their apparent organic composition. These massive turtle-like creatures, whose shells sometimes exceed 15 feet in diameter, demonstrate extraordinary longevity, potentially measuring centuries or even millennia, according to limited aging assessment evidence available through rare specimen examination opportunities. Their physical appearance combines conventional Chelonian characteristics, including protective upper and lower shells, beak-like mouth structures, and 4 powerful limbs, with distinctive modifications, including crystalline growth patterns across shell surfaces, unusual skin colorations featuring luminescent properties, visible primarily during low light conditions, and specialized sensory organs, without clear analogues, among conventional turtle species, despite superficial structural similarities. Bravil tradition maintains these entities arrived during early First Era through unknown means, potentially representing either non-native species introduced through magical transportation methodologies, or possibly artificial constructs created through lost magical processes rather than naturally evolved organisms, despite their predominantly biological appearance and functional characteristics. Their behavioral patterns suggest intelligence significantly exceeding conventional animals, while demonstrating fundamental differences from recognized sentient beings, with observed activities, including apparent meditation states, lasting weeks or months without movement. Environmental modification, creating geometric patterns without clear practical purpose, but demonstrating mathematical precision, impossible through random processes, and occasional direct intervention during extraordinary natural disasters, threatening Bravo region through methods suggesting capabilities transcending normal physical limitations, despite their otherwise conventional interaction patterns with material environment. Local spiritual traditions incorporate guardian references into various religious frameworks, despite their absence from official imperial cult pantheons or recognized divines worship structures, creating diverse interpretational systems regarding their fundamental nature and potential metaphysical significance, without consensus across different community segments. The entities themselves demonstrate apparent indifference toward human observation or even direct interaction attempts, unless specific behavioral parameters trigger response patterns, with documented cases including completely motionless acceptance of extended observation sessions without acknowledgement, alongside occasional instances of immediate withdrawal when observers demonstrate particular emotional states or possibly magical capabilities, triggering retreat responses through mechanisms remaining incompletely understood, despite considerable research effort applied through multiple methodological approaches across several scholarly generations. The Imperial Geographic Society maintains ongoing monitoring protocols regarding guardian activities, while simultaneously restricting public information distribution to prevent excessive visitation, potentially disrupting their natural behavioral patterns, creating knowledge management approach, balancing scientific documentation requirements against conservation imperatives necessary for preserving unprecedented research opportunities represented by these unique entities, whose existence potentially illuminates fundamental principles regarding biological development, magical integration within physical forms, and consciousness manifestation parameters transcending conventional classification systems, regardless of their taxonomic sophistication or categorical flexibility. Among the most elusive of Cyrodiil's rare creatures, yet confirmed through sufficient reliable documentation to establish definitive existence parameters, the unicorn represents magical being whose physical presence bridges conventional biological understanding and metaphysical principles typically relegated to purely theoretical consideration within academic contexts. These magnificent equine creatures, superficially resembling extremely high-quality white horses, with proportions suggesting both extraordinary strength and remarkable speed potential, distinguish themselves through both their singular horn, typically measuring 2 to 3 feet in length, with spiraling configuration, demonstrating opalescent coloration, unlike any conventional biological material, and their inherent magical properties, transcending purely physical existence, despite their apparent material composition. Unlike purely magical constructs, maintaining physical form through continuous energy manipulation processes, requiring constant maintenance, unicorns represent genuine biological entities, requiring conventional sustenance, experiencing normal physiological processes, including respiration and circulation, and reproducing through standard mammalian methodologies, despite integrating magical capabilities within their fundamental nature, rather than merely demonstrating special abilities beyond their basic existence parameters. This integration creates beings legitimately classifiable as distinct species, rather than merely enchanted horses or temporary magical manifestations, though their extreme rarity prevents comprehensive study through standard biological research methodologies, despite widespread confirmation regarding their objective existence within specific provincial territories. Unicorn behavior demonstrates intelligence significantly exceeding conventional horses while maintaining recognizable equine characteristics, including herd formation tendencies, hierarchical social structures within group contexts, and specialized dietary preferences, focusing predominantly on specific vegetation types rather than demonstrating omnivorous flexibility, characterizing many magical entities capable of processing diverse material types for energy extraction purposes. Their movement patterns suggest purposeful territorial selection, emphasizing locations demonstrating unusual magical properties, pristine environmental conditions, or specific botanical compositions, potentially providing specialized nutritional resources necessary for maintaining their unique physiological requirements beyond conventional equine dietary components found in standard grazing territories utilized by non-magical horse populations. The magical capabilities demonstrated by mature unicorns include several consistently documented properties, alongside occasional manifestations apparently unique to specific individuals or family groups. Most reliably, their horns demonstrate remarkable purification properties, capable of neutralizing most known poisons or toxins through simple contact with contaminated substances, property historically exploited through creation of drinking vessels supposedly crafted from unicorn horn, though genuine examples remain exceedingly rare due to both the creature's scarcity and the ethical implications of harvesting materials from beings widely recognized as possessing intelligence comparable to horses, yet additionally demonstrating apparent self-awareness exceeding conventional animal consciousness. Beyond these purification properties, many unicorns demonstrate healing capabilities, particularly effective against magical afflictions or injuries inflicted by enchanted weapons, with documented cases of seemingly fatal wounds experiencing extraordinary recovery following unicorn intervention through processes combining conventional tissue regeneration with magical acceleration effects, impossible through either standard healing techniques or restoration magic operating independently. Some individuals additionally manifest protective capabilities, creating temporary warding effects against certain magical attack forms, environmental hazards, including fires or electrical discharges, or even specific Daedric influences, attempting to affect creatures under their protection. These protective instincts extend beyond self-preservation to include defense of territories. Unicorns apparently consider under their guardianship, with particular attention toward landscapes demonstrating exceptional natural beauty, unusual plant or animal diversity, or specific magical properties possibly perceptible to unicorns through senses unavailable to conventional beings. This territorial behavior typically manifests not through aggressive confrontation, but rather subtle influence, guiding potential threats away from protected areas through mechanisms possibly including mild compulsion effects, environmental manipulation, redirecting attention toward alternative directions, or in cases involving genuinely malevolent intruders, illusion effects concealing locations. Unicorns deemed particularly worthy of protection from those lacking appropriate appreciation for their intrinsic value, or demonstrating intentions potentially harmful to their continued preservation. The Oblivion crisis created particularly significant challenges for unicorn populations throughout Cyrodiil, as their natural magical attunement created heightened sensitivity to the fundamental wrongness represented by Daedric energy patterns violating normal planar boundaries. Most unicorns apparently detected Oblivion gates before actual manifestation occurred, with observed behavior changes, including agitation, territorial abandonment, or attempts to lead other creatures away from impending manifestation locations, hours or even days before visible effects appeared. When gates actually opened, unicorns in immediate vicinity often suffered physical symptoms, including disorientation, apparent pain responses, and in several documented cases, actual physical deterioration through processes resembling accelerated aging or energy depletion, suggesting fundamental incompatibility between their innate magical nature and the invasive energies permeating surrounding environments during cross-planar convergence events. Despite these vulnerabilities, several accounts describe unicorns demonstrating remarkable opposition to Daedric incursion through unique countermeasures unavailable to other entities. Their horns apparently generate neutralizing effects against certain Daedric energies, with documented cases of unicorns deliberately approaching smaller Oblivion manifestations and apparently reducing their stability through proximity effects, disrupting the connection between planes. In at least 2 remarkable instances, groups of 3 or more unicorns were observed performing coordinated movements around minor Oblivion gates, their combined influence eventually collapsing the planar connection through mechanisms completely distinct from the physical sigil stone removal method discovered by conventional magical researchers, suggesting alternative countermeasure possibilities, unfortunately rendered largely theoretical by the creature's rarity and the difficulty of incorporating their unique capabilities into reproducible methodologies applicable by non-unicorn entities. Perhaps most elusive among Cyrodiil's confirmed yet extraordinarily rare creatures, the echo hawk represents being whose existence transcends simple biological classification due to its unique perceptual manipulation capabilities, despite otherwise conventional avian characteristics, superficially resembling large raptor, typically measuring 4 to 5 feet wingspan, with distinctive blue-gray plumage and unusual golden eye coloration. These birds demonstrate normal physical interaction with environment, including standard flight mechanics, conventional predation behaviors primarily targeting small mammals and reptiles, and apparently typical reproductive cycle producing physical offspring through normal avian methodologies, despite their extraordinary sensory manipulation capabilities, suggesting potential magical component within their fundamental nature. These manipulation capabilities create the echo hawk's distinctive characteristic, inability to be directly observed through conventional visual perception, despite their physical presence within observers' actual visual field. When humans or other sentient beings attempt direct observation, the birds generate perception alteration effect, causing viewers to experience visual substitution, replacing the actual creature with background elements that would be visible if the bird were not present, creating effective invisibility despite their substantial physical size and distinctive coloration. This effect appears automatic rather than deliberately controlled capability, functioning continuously regardless of the bird's activity state, and apparently operating without energy expenditure, detectable through conventional magical assessment methodologies, despite its extraordinary effectiveness against even prepared observers specifically attempting to overcome the perceptual manipulation. The effect demonstrates several unusual characteristics distinguishing it from conventional invisibility effects generated through standard magical methodologies. Most notably, the perceptual alteration affects only direct observation attempts, with the birds remaining visible through indirect viewing methods, including reflective surfaces, magical scrying techniques, or mechanical image capture devices. Additionally, the effect demonstrates species-specific implementation parameters with different sentient races, experiencing varying effectiveness levels, humans reporting complete invisibility, while Khajiit occasionally perceives subtle visual distortion effects, suggesting partial resistance to the perceptual manipulation, and certain Argonian sensory adaptations, apparently providing near-complete immunity to the effect, despite experiencing normal visual interaction with all other environmental components. Echo Hawk documentation remains extremely limited despite confirmed existence parameters, with research challenges created by both their extraordinary rarity and the fundamental observational difficulties generated by their primary defensive capability. Imperial Geographical Society records contain fewer than 20 confirmed encounters throughout all recorded history, with most documentation derived from indirect observation methodologies rather than conventional field research approaches rendered ineffective by the bird's perceptual manipulation capabilities. The resulting knowledge gaps have generated substantial mythology supplementing limited factual documentation, with various regional traditions attributing diverse additional capabilities to these birds, ranging from prophetic communication abilities to soul transference powers, despite lacking verification through reliable observational methodologies. For travelers in modern Cyrodiil, encounters with these rare and mythical creatures represent extraordinary experiences, transcending conventional wildlife observation, regardless of preparation level or prior experience quality. Unlike common animals whose behavior patterns remain generally predictable through sufficient familiarity development, these exceptional beings, through their rarity, their unusual capabilities, or their fundamental nature transcending conventional classification systems, create interaction scenarios requiring both genuine adaptability and appropriate respect, regardless of observer theoretical knowledge or practical wilderness experience accumulated through conventional wildlife encounters throughout provincial territories. This respect stems not merely from potential physical danger, though many of these beings certainly demonstrate capabilities exceeding most conventional predators, despite their non-aggressive default behavioral parameters, but more fundamentally from recognition regarding their significance within broader ecological and metaphysical frameworks. These creatures, through their very existence, challenging comfortable classification boundaries between purely physical organisms and magical manifestations, provide living testimony regarding reality's complexity, extending far beyond simplified categorical systems through which humans typically conceptualize natural world, despite its inherent resistance against such reductionist approaches, regardless of their practical utility within limited contexts. The giants that occasionally venture into northern Cyrodiil from their more numerous Skyrim populations represent another remarkable species whose existence blurs conventional categorization boundaries, standing between 11 and 15 feet tall when fully mature. These humanoid beings demonstrate both physical characteristics and behavioral patterns, suggesting intelligence potentially approaching sentient classification, despite their primitive material culture and apparent lack of advanced linguistic capabilities beyond rudimentary communication systems, utilizing primarily non-verbal components supplemented by limited vocalization patterns. Their physical appearance combines essentially human features, scaled to enormous proportions with distinctive adaptations, including disproportionately muscular upper bodies, specialized foot structures supporting their tremendous weight, and unique facial characteristics, creating immediately recognizable profile, utterly distinct from any recognized sentient race, despite superficial structural similarities within basic anthropomorphic configuration. Giant social organization centers around small pastoral communities, consisting of perhaps 5 to 15 individuals, maintaining semi-nomadic lifestyle focused around mammoth herding, symbiotic relationship, providing both sustenance through dairy products and protection through mutual defense arrangement, benefiting both species, despite lacking formal domestication parameters characterizing conventional human-livestock relationships. These communities establish seasonal territories, including both grazing circuits utilized during favorable weather conditions and more permanent winter camps typically located within sheltered valleys or cave systems, providing protection against harsh northern weather patterns while maintaining sufficient space for accommodating both giant community members and their mammoth herds within shared protective environment. Human-giant interactions demonstrate fascinating combination of cautious mutual tolerance and occasional violent conflict, depending on specific circumstances and individual temperament factors among both populations. Giants typically maintain non-aggressive stance toward human travelers, maintaining appropriate distance and demonstrating non-threatening behavioral patterns, with documented cases of giants actually providing assistance to lost or injured humans encountered within their territories, despite communication limitations, preventing comprehensive understanding between participants during such unexpected cooperative interactions. However, territorial encroachment, threatening approaches, or attempts to interfere with either giant property, particularly food stores, or their mammoth herds, typically trigger immediate aggressive response, resulting in extremely dangerous confrontations, given their extraordinary physical strength, capabilities, and surprising speed, despite their massive size. The ogres found predominantly in the Gerald Mountains represent another physically imposing species whose rare appearances generate both fascination and trepidation among travelers encountering them during wilderness expeditions. Standing typically between 8 inches 10 feet tall, with massively muscled frames supporting disproportionately large upper bodies and distinctive facial features, including protruding lower jaws, prominent brow ridges, and small deep-set eyes. These beings demonstrate primarily solitary lifestyles centered around extensive territories, maintained through aggressive defense behaviors against any perceived intruders, regardless of species identification or apparent threat level indicated through observable behavioral patterns. Unlike giants, demonstrating clear signs of primitive cultural development through tool usage, cooperative social structures, and environmental modification capabilities, creating semi-permanent settlements. Ogres appear to maintain existence patterns more closely resembling extremely intelligent animal behavior rather than proto-sentient capabilities. They construct rudimentary shelters, utilizing natural materials, requiring minimal modification, create, and occasionally use simple tools, typically limited to club-like weapons or basic digging implements, and demonstrate food acquisition behaviors, primarily centering around active hunting, supplemented by opportunistic scavenging and limited plant material consumption during seasonal availability periods. These behaviors, while transcending capabilities demonstrated by conventional animals regarding both problem-solving approaches and environmental manipulation techniques, nonetheless fall significantly short of even primitive cultural development patterns observable among giants, minotaurs, or recognized sentient species, despite their physical capabilities potentially supporting more sophisticated lifestyle development under appropriate circumstantial parameters. The behavioral characteristics demonstrated by ogres create particularly dangerous encounter scenarios for travelers within their territories, as their default response toward unfamiliar entities typically involves immediate aggression rather than initial assessment period, allowing potential threat evaluation before determining appropriate interaction parameters. This fundamental hostility, combined with their extraordinary physical strength, remarkable resilience against both conventional and magical damage types, and surprisingly effective ambush capabilities despite their substantial size, makes ogres among the most dangerous solitary opponents potentially encountered throughout Cyrodiil's wilderness territories, regardless of traveler preparation levels or combat experience, quality accumulated through previous wilderness expedition activities. As we conclude our exploration of Cyrodiil's diverse creature populations, from the mundane yet essential wildlife forming ecological foundations, through apex predators shaping entire environmental systems, from scaled denizens of waterways to subterranean specialists dwelling in darkness beyond casual observation accessibility, from goblin tribes maintaining primitive societal structures despite technological limitations to magical beings bridging conventional reality and supernatural manifestation categories, from otherworldly Daedric entities temporarily assuming physical form within mortal reality, to these rare mythical creatures whose existence remains tantalizingly documented, yet incompletely understood. Despite centuries of accumulated observational evidence, we recognize the remarkable biodiversity characterizing this central province that has formed Imperial Heart since civilization's earliest establishment throughout Tamrielic territories. In this extraordinary diversity, spanning conventional biological classifications while extending into supernatural manifestation categories, transcending ordinary taxonomical boundaries, we glimpse Cyrodiil's fundamental character as meeting place where multiple realities converge, geographical crossroads connecting Tamriel's diverse environmental regions, while simultaneously representing metaphysical convergence, point where mundane reality interfaces with magical energy currents flowing throughout Nirn's fundamental structure since creation's earliest manifestation periods. The creatures inhabiting this remarkable province, in all their tremendous diversity spanning ordinary through extraordinary classification categories, collectively create living tapestry whose appreciation enhances understanding regarding both natural evolutionary processes and supernatural manifestation patterns, extending beyond conventional scientific verification methodologies into experiential dimensions, where wonder and occasional reverent fear transform ordinary observation into transcendent connection with reality's deeper structures, regardless of their particular manifestation characteristics or classification status within established taxonomical systems. As our exploration of Cyrodiil's remarkable creatures comes to an end, the fire in our sheltered corner has burned low, casting long shadows across the walls as night deepens outside. We've journeyed together through the diverse ecosystems of this ancient province, from sunlit meadows where deer graze in peaceful abundance, to the darkest caves where trolls lumber through perpetual shadow, from the depths of Lake Romari, where massive fish patrol territories established centuries before human settlement, to the magical groves where spriggans tend their woodland domains with otherworldly dedication. In each of these environments, we've encountered beings whose existence forms part of the intricate tapestry that makes Cyrodiil such a vibrant and fascinating realm. The mundane and the magical, the common and the mythical, all play their roles in the ecological and sometimes metaphysical balance that sustains this land through both prosperity and catastrophe, through peaceful eras and times of unprecedented crisis. For those of you who venture beyond city walls and traveled roads to explore the wilderness firsthand, may this knowledge serve you well in your journeys, providing both practical guidance for safe passage through potentially dangerous territories and deeper appreciation for the remarkable diversity awaiting discovery by those patient enough to observe carefully and respectful enough to tread lightly through domains where humans represent visitors rather than rightful inhabitants. For those content to experience these wonders through tales shared beside comfortable hearths, may these accounts enrich your understanding of the province beyond the boundaries of cities and settlements, reminder that civilization represents but small portion of Cyrodiil's true character, with vast wilderness territories maintaining ancient patterns largely unchanged since creation, despite occasional human interventions or even cosmic disturbances like the Oblivion crisis that temporarily disrupted but ultimately failed to permanently transform these enduring natural systems. Whatever journeys await you beyond this quiet evening, spent in shared exploration of Tamriel's natural wonders, may your paths be safe, your discoveries meaningful, and your appreciation for both the mundane and the magical aspects of our remarkable world continuously deepened through experiences that connect you to its fundamental mysteries, regardless of whether you encounter them through direct observation or the shared wisdom of those fortunate enough to witness them firsthand, until our paths cross again beside some future fire, where new tales await telling. I wish you peaceful rest, pleasant dreams, and renewed wonder regarding the extraordinary world awaiting exploration beyond comfortable spaces, where civilization provides both shelter and limitation regarding experiences possible within its carefully maintained boundaries. Good night, fellow seekers of knowledge and wonder. May the stars guide your dreams toward new discoveries awaiting your attention, when dawn once again illuminates Cyrodiil's ancient landscapes with possibilities transcending even the most remarkable tales shared beside our modest fire on this quiet evening, spent in contemplation of creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, dwelling within this land we call home.